What's going on, everybody? It is SCP CRNP, aka Lack of Lepers, and let me mic check. Mic check. There we go, hitting that clip. How you doing tonight? Wow, little late. No big deal. No big deal. First week back full time, so I almost thought I wasn't gonna do this. This was a tough week. We had a higher than average number of articles. I think we're at like 21. So let's just get right to it. We got a bunch of stuff to get to tonight. Thank you so much for joining. This is our Friday night stream. We start at 7:30 PM CST when I'm not late. And we go for about 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours, however long it takes to get through all of the articles that have been posted successfully to the SCP Wiki in a given week. So let's head there and get right into it, actually. Get right into it, because we got a ton of stuff to get through. Let's do it like this. Okay, so if you'll take a look with me at this page here, you will see that we have all this to get through. We started at the 3rd of June and we went up to the 9th. And this, like I said, was just an unusually high volume of articles. In fact, it's so many articles that I decided to get some coffee early tonight. Very good. So I'll need that to get through this, I do believe. So I think it was a decent week for the SCP Wiki. We had some real bangers. I think on an average week we have about a 80 to 20 split. 80% of the articles I think are fairly mediocre to bad, and then about 20% of them are in that decently good to excellent range. And I think this is no exception. So we'll start with SCP ZH, which is the classical Chinese branch, 002. So is this an old article on the Chinese branch? We don't know. It seems that way. Okay, let's get into this. Once again, thank you for joining. I really appreciate you being here. If you got any opinions about any of these, feel free to throw them up here. Having a good time. Okay, so what do we see here? SCP-ZH-002. What is this? Let's start with the description. This is a composite biological organism that delves in magic via its horn. Yes, its horn. So it goes on to describe basically what is a unicorn and how it looks, what other components of other animals it is made up of, and how it is magical. So this is sort of a folklorish, sort of almost like SCP-1000 take, something you'd see right at home in that contest, just talking about basically a tried and true example of folklore and kind of giving it its own little spin. So let's get through this article. We see it's a Keter. The conprocs, I would say, here are sharp and crisp. Some interesting statements that give some specifics and some detail. I am not sure about this bolded text here, as you see, Protocol Mount Jade. They tend to make a big deal about that. I'm not so sure that's entirely necessary to bold that like that. And then there's lots of footnotes, as you can see, as we get into the description here. Let me actually adjust this window real quick. Bear with me for a second. Huzzah. How's that? Does that look okay for you? Yeah, I think it does. It actually shows our background just a little bit too. So there's a lot of footnotes. We get into the description. I already kind of told you what this is. There's a very long bulleted list of all the different chimeral elements that are involved in what this unicorn looks like. And so each one of them has a footnote at the end. Typically, I would say this is a gratuitous use of footnotes, just way too much. You should probably try to find a way to minimize those. I mean, we do get to about 14 just in the opening lines of the dialogue. But I'll have to say, in this case, I'm happy that they're here, and I actually quite like this. This is not something that I've seen a lot of. Typically on the wiki, when you have an animal, a known species and genus kind of thing, you'll see that typed out, and then the footnote will tell you the common name. Well, this sort of inverts that, tells us the common name, and then in the footnote tells us the scientific name, which I actually kind of like a lot. I think that's pretty nice. I kind of think that's more realistic in a way, because nobody knows what the scientific name is. So it's nice just to have that footnote to specify it in case you're not sure. You can go that extra step. So I think it has some in-universe play. I really like that. I think it's nice. And then, so of course, as we get into this, you may be wondering, and I certainly am going to point this out at this point, the anomaly seems impossibly complex. If you just kind of pass your eyes over all the things that are happening here in this list, it reads like instructions for a fan artist, like a visual artist. And it almost seems as that's what we would need in order to visualize this thing. There's so much going on in the description. It's got fangs, it's got ears from a different species, eyes, it's got some scales, feathers, fur prints, V-shaped white streak of black bear fur, feet and hoof, antlers, 6 forked tongues. It reads like something from the Book of Revelation, doesn't it? And yeah, it's really hard to picture. When you get this elaborate, it's almost like when there's a number looking at you, when you're trying to look at a number, let's say like 1 billion or 10 billion, like you can't really grasp that big of a number, And so I think the same thing happens with this anomaly. When you have so much piled in, it's just hard for your brain to keep track of this piece there and that piece there. I mean, it's almost a failure of imagery at this point. I mean, it just does not convey an actual image. And you'd have to, like I say, be an artist who's specifically taking almost like the instructions you would get in an IKEA, furniture, like something, this is how you put this together. That's kind of what you would need to do. That's kind of the attentiveness that you would need to have just to get a decent picture of what this thing is. So, that is what it is. It doesn't sync the article, obviously. It's just something that I thought was a little difficult, a little bit of a missed opportunity coming into the article here. There are way too many components here, and they're called compartments, I guess, just as a translation mishap. But yeah, there's just too much going on here to juggle a coherent image. When you juggle, you have maybe 3, maybe up to 6. I don't know. Depends on how good of a juggler you are. But the same is true of your mental, dexterity when it comes to imagery, and this just very quickly oversaturates that. It's too many notes. Too many notes, good sir. And in addition to that, this is a translation, so we do have a decent sample size of rust, of translation rust that makes its way into the clinical tone. Let me give you just an example here. SCP-ZH002 has been witnessed for numerous times. Okay, so that doesn't make any sense. This is typical of what you'll get with these sorts of translation articles most of the time. The recorded date of emerge of the SCP item always corresponds to yada yada yada. This really goes on. You just have a lot of verb disagreement. It is highly suggested that the emerge of the SCP entity could be regarded as a sign. And then even the collapsible kind of stumbles here. 3-clearance acquirement, and when you click it, it said visit is permitted. It's really all over the place. I don't have to keep showing you examples. I think you get the gist. It glows blue, wearing rainbows, having antlers, leopard spots, scales, 5 to 6 long feathers, and rage looks of monkeys. That phrase, and rage looks of monkeys, should show up on the scp.txt Twitter at some point. We'll just kind of keep an eye out for that. Anyway, so this kind of goes on and on. It really is distracting. It really sort of maims the read, in my opinion, and certainly the clinical tone, which is not easy to do given a translation. And then this word is a complete misspell. It's supposed to be tamed, and it says tammed instead. So it looks as though this article has some just serious spag issues sort of holding it back. So in the collapsible, let's move on from the spag issues because I think you get the point. In this collapsible, we have an extract of retrieved documents. These are really incidents that this entity, this unicorn entity, has been observed in the wild. And so I think that really, on the whole, if you overlook the spelling and grammar issues and the clinical tone problems, it does kind of give you a good atmosphere, but there's no real actionable information, and certainly not any escalation in these examples. They come to the reader sort of one after the other, as if just waiting their turn in line. They don't really contribute very much to the plot. They don't really have a current that they follow to help the narrative get carried to somewhere else. It's basically just saying that this thing causes catastrophes. It gives example after example. Yeah, and so it kind of comes off as a little bit of a redundancy. It's just the same thing over and over. That's really all it establishes, is that this thing causes or is around catastrophes. So I think that personally, just there should be more to these than just the reiteration of that over and over again, particularly with how many of these you have. I didn't count, but let's call it 9 of these. And then the final incident right here, which is taken out of the list and given its own section here, basically just repeats the same treatment that we just saw through all of these examples up here, only this time instead of it happening somewhere in the extreme cold of over here or over here in this city in China or wherever, it's happening now with the Foundation, so it gets its own segment. And despite a lot of these incidents prior happening to earlier or alternative efforts of containment, for example, we have the Ajima. I'm not going to spell this right. Ajima. Yeah, there it is. So you have these sort of catastrophes as precipitated by this this unicorn happen to all of these places and positions, and yet the Foundations is separated as its own thing. So it just kind of, I don't know. The Foundation alone receives a handwritten message, I don't know. It just seems kind of exceptional, unjustifiably so. Like, why is this thing only giving a handwritten message to the Foundation when it's been doing all this stuff? I mean, maybe that existed for each of these, but, it just comes off as it being sort of like a lofty thing to do because the Foundation is more special than everything else. It just doesn't sit well. And then the message itself is just pretty cryptic. It doesn't really add anything to the character of the anomaly except to map some geopolitics in a pretty vague way. For example, footnote 30, that's the final one. No, it's not. Excuse me, that's 32. Footnote 30 basically makes a connection with Taiwan and sort of plays off that whole thing. But I think the note at the end really has this note at the end syndrome. And the very end is just, I think, the worst part. So you have this statement that ends on a footnote. It's never a good idea to end on a footnote, right? It's just an extra step. Really is an impediment to the finale, to the finish line. It's like you've gotten to the finish line, and then you got to like stop and tie your shoe. That's kind of what a footnote at the very end of the article does for you, unless it's just like a tactfully placed footnote. This one isn't. It's a highly expository footnote. So, that's not good, I think, for the pacing of it, and really comes at the worst moment. Right when you should be hitting your stride, it comes at the end. And then the very last thing is just a redacted. It's just thrown in there. It doesn't do anything. There's no context. You can't possibly know what this is trying to say. It's just a very, very poor use of a redaction. And that it's at the end of the article following this expository footnote at the end. I mean, it's just a complete sputter across the finish line. So, I think by the end of it, the article's sunk. I don't necessarily think it was doing a great job prior to that. Like we saw, there's a lot of spag issues that are probably going to keep this thing from being good in its current form. And then you get to the end and you have this severe hindrance of flow in this ending like that. So, I appreciated the article for its cultural references. Obviously, it's very deeply rooted in sort of ancient and traditional Chinese folklore and sort of tying that into the Foundation. But, we see that all the time. It's not really enough to set this article apart, in my opinion. So, I mean, there's an interesting vibe going on in this article. This is SCP-ZH-002. But unfortunately, I think it's one of those mini translations that we've seen in the last month or so, although they have slowed down, I'll give them that, that are basically translated and put onto the English Wiki simply because, somebody wants to see either the article up there or the author wants to see their work up there or whatever. It's just not really good, especially as a translation. To go up on the English Wiki. I would caution the people who are doing these translations that, going up in the SCP English Wiki is not the end-all be-all, okay? Like, this article probably is better suited for the Chinese branch. It suffers from a lot of translation-specific issues. I think it would have been better just to keep it as its original language. I don't think this helps out the article any. My opinion of this wouldn't exist if if they didn't translate it, but it's not a good opinion of it. So, I mean, is it really a good idea? Is it really a success? I don't think so. I mean, as you can see, it's not very well appreciated. Translated articles on the whole aren't very well appreciated on the wiki, on the English side of the wiki. So I just don't know why you would take something that is appreciated probably more by your own site and try to put it onto the English wiki when there's no judiciousness when it comes to choosing these things. This certainly is not good enough to, I think, inspire somebody to want to put it into English. And maybe it is in the Chinese branch, but that's the problem of translation. In its representation now, it's certainly not that good. So, you know, all in all, I think this is a pretty boring and uneventful read with very little reward. It feels a lot longer than it is just due to how much you have to get through in the terms of, you know, spag issues and grammatical errors and syntax issues. And, you know, with the anomaly not really giving you that nice, crisp image at the beginning, I mean, it doesn't really give you enough gas to get through the article, I think. And so it's just an unmotivating read. I can't recommend this article. I think even at 10, that rating is a little generous there. I don't think it makes a very good argument to exist on the wiki. Of course, there's no discussion about it. What I've just given you is more discussion than what will exist on the discussion page, because people don't also tend to talk about these things. And if you look at the rating, not that this matters, there are certainly people from the English branch here, but you know, we do see some people from the China branch who are happy to see representation and are probably upvoting it based on that alone, because if they knew anything about the translation, they would know it's not really that good. Hate to tell you. Gotcha. Okay, so that's SCP-ZH002. Moving right along to get through the rest of our 20-something articles this week. All right, we've got SCP-6891. All right, so this is a VK. When I say VK, I'm really just doing that because I can't pronounce the GOI. So Vikander Need, I think is how you say that, which is a really cool name. I mean, I know this is Grigory Karpin's baby, but I still wonder if it was Grigory Karpin who came up with the actual name. I mean, that would impress me. I think it's just really good naming on the part of the creator and the author. So this is a VK article about a cassette tape of guided meditation and breathing exercises. So we have some interesting and convincing images here, true to VK media aesthetic, which are these aesthetic sensibilities from the early 1990s, maybe the 80s, somewhere around there. So I like the first image, really, really simple, really clean, excellent job on the logo placement here. I almost want to believe that this is actually printed out and put on you know, one of these obsolete cassette tapes. That would be so cool if I found that out. If I found that to be true, that would be cool as hell. But anyway, even if it's not, still good job. It's making it that seamless is, you know, it looks easier than it is. I think the second image here probably draws a little too close to SCP-2316. If you notice at the bottom it says ignore the bodies. So it's very clearly a shout out to that, I think, in its own way. But just I'll tell you, having read the article, it doesn't really come into play at all. And so I think it just sets things off on a wrong note when you have this explicit, this reminiscent of a reference that doesn't really even accurately represent the direction that the article is going to go in. So maybe it's an homage, but it stands a little too close. You need to put some distance there. It could have maybe modified that line just a little bit to where it's not as derivative, I think. And then also there's a quote in the caption here that seems to be there to invoke just a Dado-like quick chuckle. So poster found, packaging was labeled free gift, only 31 euros extra. So, haha, right? I don't know. Maybe somebody thought that was funny. Okay, so I'm not trying to, you know, you do you. Okay, your truth, your laugh. All right. The conprocs are quick. They're reasonable. They have a good tone, and they have enough intrigue to, I think, spur the reader on to the article, which is, of course, one of the purposes and the functions of containment procedures. As we get into the actual article, I'll say that this has outstanding clinical tone, and it's so good that it gets away with some sort of questionable things that I think other authors would be tagged for, would be called out for and flagged for. For example, at the end of this paragraph, we see, for example, they respond to pain but experience a purely physical response. They exhibit only token ill feeling towards the instigator, no real surprise, and so on. I don't think many people can pull that off. I think you have to have, by that point, built up a pretty strong amount in the bank when it comes to clinical tone in order to pull that off. And the author does it. By the time you get to this point, it's charming. It's a charming clinical inclusion when it could be questionable in other people's hands. But basically what's happening here is you have this guided meditation tape that is produced by this VK, and people who listen to it undergo significant mental changes. They describe themselves as being unable to feel any emotion of any sort. So they kind of get anesthetized to the world. And that kind of is the point of the article. Furthermore, they begin to suffer from a very specific form of body dysmorphia. They initially perceive themselves covered in cracked and bleeding scabs, spreading out over time from their torso and continuing until they are completely covered. Following this, a similar effect occurs with a layer of soft fat growing outward until coverage is total. That's some kick-ass clinical tone right there. This applies to orifices as well. Several afflicted people have reported themselves having to slice open the scabs and tissue over their mouths in order to create an opening to talk and eat, although testing has suggested this to be entirely physiological. That is a gold star sentence. Holy shit. That is an excellent sentence. Wow. I should really just start collecting really, really good sentences, because this would be there. That's a really good sentence. A little bit of a run-on towards the end, but I think it pulls it off okay. Those afflicted can only perceive their fatty layer seeping into items they come into physical contact with, leaving stains that cannot be removed. So this is kind of mixing some real cessation of emotions, but also sort of whack-a-mole displacing those things into other highly, highly disturbing sets of anxiety that... I mean, that imagery of the scabs forming over your mouth and you having to cut them out. I mean, God, dude, like, who came up with that? I mean, so anyway, by this point, it's very clear the author knows what they're doing. Excellent clinical tone, as we've seen, and just a startling imagination, and a real command of body horror and just absolutely grotesque sort of tones here. So I think the anomaly clearly is interesting enough. So I really appreciate that when people put a lot of effort into their anomalies. This is certainly the case. I think that decision to have scabby tissue grow over the orifices, requisite for some biological functioning, is absolutely disgusting. That's probably the singular most disgusting thing I've read on this wiki. I think the most recent disgusting thing I saw of that nature that challenges it was probably that Floppy Phoenix article that was co-written about the centipedes that parasitize humans and human babies particularly. This is the grossest thing since that, for sure. So, good job. And then I think also it adds an extra dimension to this anomaly that's very interesting when it casts all this as completely psychological. It really twists this even more into an effective and disturbing setting. So we move on and we get an addendum. This is a video transcript, not a video transcript, an audio transcript of the played cassette tape. So I think it's a really well done transcript. And it does this unsettling calmness sort of thing. You have a speaker here by the name of Sharp who sort of, you can almost just detect, has this NPR style, slightly baritone but not too intimidating voice that sort of butters you through the entire listen. And it really nails that like unsettling, calm sort of speaker thing that comes off as really fidelitous to like a cult sort of comfort. It's like this like cognitive pleasure of an in-group is beckoning you through this man. That's what it feels like when you read this. So it does a very, very good job of sort of guiding the reader through this this sort of experience here, and just is really, really good characterization, I think on the whole. And there's some really great detail here, so let's read this line. Soft, barely audible music begins playing. I love the subtlety in that. Just that's a decision by the author that can go underneath your radar. You just sort of bring in the music in this cassette slowly and subtly, and it's not loud. It just sort of builds, and it's ever so slightly continually corkscrewing into something twisted. Despite its volume, it clips noticeably. So first of all, the author has a decent understanding of audio production, and what that sounds like, but so does the reader too, because the author has described that very, very well. So I love that detail. I thought that was really cool. The tone of the passage here gets reliably creepier, with the narrator subtly asking the audience to fantasize about pushing a woman off of a train platform. It sort of ties in some multiversal claims to its conception of reality. And then the guided meditations really go on. They have more homicide and more manslaughter. And it's set within these scenes, like, for example, pushing a woman in front of a moving train. It sort of brings these meditations alive. And then you can kind of tell that the author of this article is framing their own self as the guiding voice of this character. And in relaying these breathing exercises and these meditative exercises, the author is actually making the reader perform the act that the in-universe audience would be subjected to as well. So I just thought that was a really nice overlay. Just a little bit of structural and conceptual sort of luxury there on the part of the author. Good job. All right, so the meditation sample here ends, and we get a reintroduction of this numbness motif that was introduced to us back in the description, and why it is there. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe not. Basically, it tries to talk about how, the only way to stop your anxiety is if you just amputate your feelings, basically. So that's kind of the philosophical crux of this article. I think at times, if I had to say something bad about this, I think that the character gets a little cringe at time for the lulls. The character occasionally breaks the production to reference things like a new meditation hot off the press. For example, talking to someone off stage, who should not be part of the production. I think it kind of muddles the mood just a little bit and the atmosphere of the read, and makes it seem a little less composed or focused, as if the author is distracted by a pretty, lol butterfly that's flapping around and got some quick giggles from it that way. But I say that because I think the strength of this article is in its immersion. I mean, it's really what it's all about. Not only in the mood and the tone and the themes and the colors that it's playing with, but also this idea of being engrossed into a meditative guiding session. I mean, that screams immersion to me. And so when you cut those things with these sort of, kind of snarky, kind of glib, plinky kind of attempts, sort of sideways attempts at humor over there, it's kind of distracting. It's kind of like trying to meditate and someone dropped a metal pole in the ground. I just don't think it works very congruously with the rest of the tone of this article, which is what I think its strengths are. So let's look at an example. But anyway, carry on, says the speaker. Theodora from R&D has just informed me we've invented this new technique of breathing exercises or something. Anyway, give me a sec. It's almost like suddenly this sort of alluring and somewhat intimidating character suddenly becomes Ron Burgundy for like a line or two. Rustling papers can be heard, as well as sharp muttering under his breath. Let's see. Bill, shopping list, Bill. I mean, come on, man. Here we go. So I hope you kind of get what I'm talking about. Here's another example in case it's not clear enough. Sharp is silent for about 30 seconds before spending a minute alternating between clicking his tongue, drumming his fingers on his desk, and humming Funky Town. So, I mean, we're at Ron Burgundy and his Channel 5 news crew levels of kind of distraction going on here, which is fine. Everybody loves Ron Burgundy and, what Paul Rudd's character, right? Let's see. Are you guys too young for that? You guys can't. Anchorman. Right? Did y'all watch Anchorman? Anchorman was a revolutionary comedic film. That's Paul Rudd's character. Like, this is the kind of guy who would be humming Funky Town and drumming on his desk, in the middle of a recording production. And while I get that, like, that's cool. Okay, that's fine. But it just doesn't fit, I think, with the rest of the tone. I mean, I think you should probably just take the opportunity to kind of focus on what makes this article really good, and save this for something that's a little goofier, just in and of itself. I don't know if you know this, but there's actually a secret movie, the Hidden Ron Burgundy movie, something like that, or like the Lost movie. The sequel you haven't seen, The Legend of Wake Up, Ron Burgundy, the Lost movie. So if you haven't seen this is a second Anchorman movie. It was basically a second movie composed of outtakes from the original film, and it is just as funny, maybe even funnier than the original Anchorman. It's hilarious. I really would encourage you to read that. Anyway, all that to be a complete tangent and distraction, but that's kind of the vibe I get from this guy. It's not a bad thing. It's nailed well. So, I mean, if the author has no problems with the tonal dissonance, then yay. But certainly I noticed it. Certainly wasn't something that I particularly thought was thematically set into the rest of the work. Having said that, there's some really, really, really good passages here. So let's take a look at those just to offset some of these bad ones. I'm not talking about childhood trauma or anything. Nah, my childhood was way worse than yours, and I'm not nearly as messed up as you. You're not allowed to use that as an excuse. I love that line. That's really, really cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people in life feel that way. They've had it worse, and they're not quite as fucked up. So that says a lot. Here's another one. Your friends will all stab you in the back if it gets them an extra apple. Just life lessons here. Life lessons all over the place. So why are you actually doing this? Closing your eyes and trying to win at breathing. I mean that's brilliant. Let's see what else we can pull out of here, just because I love sharing the good stuff. God, I think I can actually hear your knees dragging on the floor. I mean, this is like bottleable stuff. You bottle this stuff and sell it, and you're rich. This is really, really good. One more. You know what happens to an empire with nothing left to fight? And that's actually how the article ends, basically on that line. That's really powerful. Very good. So we in here in these final transcripts, you get further excerpts that really don't waste a lot of time. They really do what they want to do quickly. They keep the article moving. It's not really a slog to get through. It's exciting. Those lines in there, for example, kind of propel the reader on to the next moment, giving a lot more momentum. It's like that little boost on Mario Kart. You ever play Mario Kart? Not shopping. I don't want to shop for this. Yeah, the little boost thing on Mario Kart, right? Or like let's go old school. Boost on F-Zero. You know what I'm talking about? Here we go. That's what those little great sentences do on this read. So you keep getting propelled through this thing. It's just got good imagery and just a real nice command of the tone and the mood and the atmosphere here. And then in the midst of all this really disturbing stuff, we get some surprisingly positive and uplifting commentary from the character that almost seems accidental, as if he's wandered into the wrong room. So that was a nice touch too. The examples of these sessions are long enough to introduce these interesting moments, but they don't beat their head against the reader. There's really only 3 of them. This one's a little broken up, but I think it counts as one. So there's really only just 3. So that's a nice good number, nice length that they've decided on here. Yeah, so they're not really interested in advancing the plot in so much as they're just simply being entertained by their own madness. And so the author does, I think, a really, really good job in that direction. It's not easy to basically stagnate the narrative, and somehow keep it interesting. So you have to be really talented to do that, and so this author does that well. All right, so I think that all in all, this is an inspiring and almost genius level of penmanship and creativity in this article. The character is both a way to mock the trope of a new age cult guru and also to elevate it into a creepiness more explicit than the hushed complacency of the cultists we can imagine on the receiving end of this cassette would be comfortable admitting. It dabbles in absurdity, but it is very deliberate. It has very deliberate ends for that absurdity. This is sort of the trickster genie who asks the wisher if they're really sure that they want that wish. The article makes sort of these existential determinations regarding the necessity and inevitability of anxiety in thinking things. So, in other words, you kind of have to have one with the other. To keep from falling in love is to be caught by a noose, kind of thing. To keep from being anxious is the sort of bottom line of this, the allegory, of this cassette tape and these guided meditations is you're never going to get rid of your anxiety. To get rid of your anxiety in the way that you're hoping by listening to this cassette tape, you'd have to not be living. So, sorry about that. Just kind of part of being human. But yeah, the whole thing is just cuttingly poetic. It casts its own dissonance and tension of cognition as essential to progress in the human mind and integral to living. So I really appreciated the philosophical traction that this article had. It's not perfect. If we go back up after we've read this, I'm not too sure of the connection between a lack of pain and this invasive scabbing and the meditation side of this. I mean, the scabbing and the fatty tissue and the psychological problems that we talked about earlier, they don't really come into play again. They sort of are forgotten about. So I think the article probably would be better if it decided to focus either on the anesthetization, the lack of feeling and pain that comes from this experience, or the body dysmorphia, either or, really. But at the end of the read, because it tries to do both, it feels as though the author couldn't really decide between these two, and so just included them both. I'm not sure why the scabbing, for example, is a necessary or even relevant component of this, other than it's just tacked on sort of like a side dish of unsettling imagery that kind of peeks its head in, the frame and then leaves, and we don't really see it again. Now, it's very well done, obviously, but I just don't know how much it matches with the rest of the article. If there's a deeper metaphor here, I've completely missed it. And then, as we discussed, the sort of corny irreverence of the character, I think, gets a little bit more ham-fisted as the article goes on, and eventually whips up the otherwise exquisite clinical tone into distraction. And we get sloppy breaks in character that actually spill over into the clinical tone at times. So here, for example, sharp breaths in and out, a quiet, ever so slightly shaky breath. Like that's not really taught clinical tone. It's not really tight. And I think it's probably because the author had been kind of jumping back and forth between this really good clinical tone and this kind of irreverent character. And at some point, the wires got crossed. And so we ended up with that sentence. But what I love about this article is that it's just so deeply thought through. That's not immediately obvious, I think, through the read. But the author is making some very thought-invested observations with this article. Like I've said, in the way that, to have anxiety is to be human, right? And there's also deep statements about the act of writing itself, that instantly tragic practice of releasing what is a very personal thing into the indifferent, bustling market of consumption, which, of course, SCP authors know all too well. And I've long thought this. Writing is kind of like sending your kid into an interstate, and just kind of holding your breath, There's something paradoxical about it, a certain kind of risk involved on the author who is not guaranteed praise simply for achieving a product to send out there. So that kind of, this article does kind of hit on those philosophical tones as well. So I think this is a celebratory read. This is by author Sound Chaser, who we've had our eye on for a few weeks here on the show, whose name I love. I thought this was an excellent name, and now I think Sound Chaser has an article to match the coolness of that name. So it's nice to see a gem finally from this author. I did think we were going to get one. So, and then just hey, nod to and shout out to VKTM, which is attracting a lot of really impressive talent. So a lot of people have been writing in this GOI lately. I think at 32, this is decent for being almost a week old at this point. Although I think that its quality is far beyond that rating. And I'm so sorry that I forgot to read this content warning. Yeah. Okay. Too late. Sorry. Anyway, this was a really good article. I was very happy to read this one. Definitely go check that one out. Whew. Okay, SCP-6364. Oh, yeah, this one. All right, so this is a hexagon. It's the shape of a hexagon, which in this article has mimetic effects for a small portion of observers. And it has a higher incidence for those who see hexagons regularly, which kind of is obvious, right? If you have something that's going to give a small percentage of people an anomalous effect, obviously the people who are looking at that thing more are going to see that more often. But whatever. Anyway, so we start the article off. We get a neutralized presentation here. The conprocs, as you can see, are pretty slight. If you read through them, they're pretty generic. Not a big deal for a neutralized anomaly. Obviously, it's neutralized. We have some archived containment procedures, which is pretty common with the neutralization. They make a pretty good pair. And these tell us that the object that we're going to be dealing with is thaumaturgic in nature. It also has a splash of numerology or geometry in here, given the specific application of these numbers, particularly the number 6. So I think the first sentence here could be split up into two sentences. It does kind of go on for a long time. What I've highlighted here is the first sentence. And if you read it, the flow almost really kind of suggests that you should break this up into two. So, that is just a technical note for the author. The description goes into what this actually is. And it's a hexagon, as I said, and it can invoke anomalous effects in certain people who look at hexagons quite often. There's a really, really great line in this section. So let's find that. During this time, the SCP-1 instance, which are the people who look at the hexagon, instances will express anxiety when in a completely hexagon-less environment. I mean, is there another way to put that? I don't think so. So good job. Very good accuracy for the clinical tone here on the part of the author. And then the mimetic sort of thing is an infection, and it goes through some stages. There's kind of like a prodromal, and there's kind of like an advanced stage. So this description goes through the first 2 weeks, then the 6 weeks, and the 9 weeks, and then kind of goes through the different stages that you would go through if you were infected with this thing. Now, I'll say this, the direction of this advancement in the stages, I think, is a bit suspect, and I think it's a little bit of low-hanging fruit. So what I mean is that these individuals who are affected by it, the ones who are seriously affected, start worshiping a deity called the Six-Sided One. So I think this is onomatologically, when I say onomatology, I'm talking about the craft of naming things. So, for example, the example I always give is Anatashisha, which is the name of SCP-3000. That's a really, really good instance of naming things. It's just a very beautifully constructed set of syllables that flow into one another very, very well. And, onomatology is part of every author's toolkit. You've got to be able to name something well. We just saw one in the previous article on Vikander need. I think Vikander need is a good instance of onomatology. And just when you kind of compare this decision to name this thing the six-sided one, when you compare that to the other things we just saw, it doesn't really hold up. It sort of feels like those other things are, fully fledged sort of bands of musical, prose, whereas this one is like a one-stringed instrument. It just doesn't do a good job. I think this is one portion where the author could have put a little more creative effort, in naming what this deity of hexagons is, other than something as low-hanging and generic as the six-sided one. We could have enjoyed something perhaps Latin, so for example, hexa, right? I mean, we all know that's the Latin prefix, but the Latin suffix for deity is, I think it's numen, something like that. Deuce, yeah, deuce. So hexadeuce, Latin numen, a divinity, especially a local or presiding god. So hexanumen, hexadeuce. I mean, those would be better names than the six-sided one, So, and then I think the same sort of exists when we get down to the actual imagery of what this six-sided one entity looks like, which is basically a hexagon with a human eye in the middle, which is a nice, it's kind of a tired, it's kind of biblical, I guess, in flavor. But I also think it's just a little too generic of an image to give here. We really have some missed opportunities with a lot of creativity left on the bone, I think, in this section of the description, unfortunately. So that's what I mean when I say the direction of this is just a little low-hanging fruit. But the article picks it up again. We have another nice line right here. Instances who pray to it for guidance universally bemoan a lack of response, which, has some real purchase in sort of the psychology of religion. Anybody who's ever believed in a God, who's ever prayed to anything, will understand that line, that phrase very well. So I think it's just a really nice emotional insertion point that the author put there, which are very important things to have. If you don't have anything like that, you're not really going to give your audience a chance to get into the article. So there are also some kind of fumbles of the clinical tone. So these -1 instances become increasingly psychologically dependent. It's always tricky to work with adverbs. And the reason why it's tricky to work with adverbs is because most of the time they can be reduced to better clinical tone. So for example, instead of saying it this way, we could say, these -1 instances experience increasing psychological dependence. And that way you've avoided an adverb. You've made it more active, as well. So just a little wrinkle in the clinical tone there, and I thought I'd take the opportunity to make a statement about adverbs because they're tricky, particularly with clinical tone. And then we'll get down here a little bit, and the article takes really a dark and homicidal turn at the height of the subject's religious fervor. So, for example, you can see this line, they'll do whatever it takes to win this deity's favor up to and including human sacrifice. And then the next stage, that gets suicidal for these people as well. So, content warning, I guess. The next addendum is a discovery where the author sort of tips their hand to the origin and motive of the article here. And that is very clearly demonstrated in the first line. You'll see this link that says hexagons are the bestigons. So if you actually go to this is a literal link to the YouTube video. I don't know if people know this video. This is a pretty popular video that came out. Oh, it's rest in peace, headphone users. That came out in 2022. It got 8 million views. It's by this guy who's got 4 million views. 5 million subscribers. And, it was kind of a cultural thing. It was kind of mimetic, So if you don't know about it, this article gives you the opportunity to know about it. And if you already know about it, then great, you're already there. But this is, I think, where the author gets a little careless in the structure and in the architecture of this article. They really tip their hand as to the thought process behind this article, which is usually something you want to sort of mask. If people can read very transparently where you got your idea from and exactly traced it from where you got the idea to how it ends up where you're reading it on the page, that really takes some of the experience out of it, I think. So, the decision to put this in here, first of all, and the decision to link to it, and sharing the name of the article with this. I mean, the name of this article is Hexagons Are the Bestigons. It's just a little... It's almost like showing something you shouldn't see. So if you've ever seen an Easter egg in a film where, the camera goes by maybe an aerial shot and you can actually see behind the set pieces, when you're not supposed to see that, that's kind of what this feels like. You are kind of constructing a set. You are kind of constructing a theatrical performance when you write. This is a performative art, containment fiction is, as well as any writing. And, you're trying to keep the stage set. You're trying to keep people immersed in the setting. So these are really flaws. When you can kind of see those things, you're sort of glimpsing behind the scenes in a way that, the production and the presentation of the product probably isn't wanting you to see. And that certainly is what this feels like. I mean, it even talks about the user who put it up. So, I mean, there are way better examples of these. We've seen recently Lord Stonefish's Toe Jam article last week. We saw, basically where they got their idea from in that article. But it's necessary to mask those things appropriately and with some finesse and with some elegance. It does make a difference, what the germ is as well. So, for example, you may know that SCP article about that Stephen King inside joke. I mean, so that was a very transparent germ idea that a lot of people didn't like. That kind of was the controversy of that article. People got really angry at that, actually. It was quite funny to see. Anyway, so in this case, if you haven't seen this video, you really should watch the video. It's a very nice educational session on hexagons and why they're really mathematically sound, and how that mathematical soundness translates to physical soundness and things like structures and arrangements that go from all different scales and orders of magnitude of reality and life. But yeah, so the issue here, I think, though, is that if you're familiar with this video, or even if you just watch it, you understand how little removed this SCP article is from that source content. So the YouTube video, if you watch it, even contains an explicit image of the hexagon as a deity, that people are worshiping. So, we see why tipping your hand to the germinal idea, to the tell of the article, it may be a good thing and it may not be a good thing. If it's, in this case, just basically a pop culture reference done straight, and you really haven't, treated it a lot to differentiate it from where the source material sits, it might not be a great idea to flaunt that fact. It does make the article seem almost entirely derivative. And once again, even the title. So I think the article would have been a lot better if it didn't do this, if it didn't link to this YouTube video and make this so just like completely explicit. Yeah, I mean, it probably would be better situated just in the title, where people who see that go, oh, okay, that gives me some extra context and now I can understand this. But, I also think that without this inclusion, the article is vague enough to where it could have gotten away with not really suffering too much if it decided to make this a little less obvious. Anyway, that's just me going off on that. I think that was a mistake. It really continues throughout this whole article. I wish I could get away from that criticism, but I really can't. The result of this cross-link, I think, is the total sapping of really any impressive originality in this article. It's literally the shortest possible distance from that YouTube video to the SCP Wiki. And because it doesn't do anything much but hug close to that germinal idea that it started from, it really has no chance of being preferable to the original video. The article really tattles on itself here, and in a really unflattering way, and it sort of willfully upstages itself. So I think we get good sort of demonstrations of that all throughout this article, certainly in the interview later, which we'll see. So, then we go into what looks to be an investigation. There's an interview here. It's a little more enlightening to the character of this meme, but ultimately it's pretty bland, as the author doesn't really carry the religious zeal of the devotee anywhere interesting. Doesn't really have any chilling lines in here or find new ways to deviate once again from the source material that we saw. So, for example, I'll show you this just as a continuation of my main criticism of this article. The lines in the later interview seem pulled straight from the video itself. So, for example, we have one of the -1 subjects, and it says, "The strength of steel is nothing to the certainty of carbon. I aspire to the purity of the blessed graphene." I mean, that's, once again, if you watch the video, I mean, this is almost explicitly stated in the video. I mean, it's directly lifted from the video. It's really the closest you can get to plagiarism without it being plagiarism, I think. And then I think the article makes some kind of embarrassing steps. Like, for example, the interviewer, after listening to this interview, says, "This has been extremely informative, thank you," which really rings hollow in the lack of new or interesting data that this interview provides. It's really just a repetition of everything that has been told to us in the description. And so to have your interviewer as a character at the end say, "Oh, this has been extremely informative, thank you," it's sort of like giving yourself a review, a good review, and I just don't agree with it. It completely rings hollow. I don't think this was an extremely informative interview. So it's just an unfortunate thing to have your character say at the end. It's almost like, "Hey, you think I'm pretty, right?" Or, "Hey, you want to kiss me, don't you?" And it's like, no, no, I don't. So it's just one of those things that probably shouldn't be there, in my opinion. I think the interviewer takes this in an interesting direction at the end, the afterward, sort of when it tries to make sense of this thing. I think it sort of then takes it into a different religion. Different direction. So, for example, the afterward states that maybe these subjects could be sort of like a army that is being built. I thought that was a pretty cool idea by this hexagon deity. But this we're just kind of briefly gestured to. It's not really followed up with in any meaningful way here. So the end is the neutralization of the anomaly, and it's in an addendum. And I think this is really a good turn for the article. I think it's a win. It's charming how the person of interest here is sort of like taking a collaborative approach. The person is almost aghast that this setup, this mimetic sort of setup, didn't go the way they had designed it, or they thought they had designed it or planned. And even the person here promises to rat out whoever did this, to their baby anomaly and made it bad. So I thought that was pretty cool. And the hexagon thing at the end, I think, is a nice little touch. Whatever. It's fine. But ultimately, I think this is, basically a recycled idea. It's not plagiarism, obviously. There's a lot of originality that went into this, but just not enough to differentiate itself from the source material. Not even a little bit. It approaches questions and the existential discomfort of pleading to a perceived higher power, and in hopes to be, reunited with it, but that be unrequited, which once again is something that a lot of people understand, what that feels like. But it does very little with that. It basically just decorates it very slightly, and once again, mainly with lines, scenes, imagery that is already seen and taken wholesale nearly from that YouTube video. So, I can see why people like this. I think it's a very under-delivered anomaly and article, but it's not too long. And a hexagon cult certainly is mimetic. I think that'll probably stick with the reader, stick in the memory. But ultimately, I think it's just too safe and too inert of a direction to take the idea anywhere interesting. It's not venturous enough. It's not daring enough. It risks very little, and so it, I think, gains very, very little. Now, having said that, you go into the discussion and you realize that this was a rewrite of another article. So that certainly impresses me, Rewrites are very, very difficult. You have to start with the directions and starting ingredients that the person who you're rewriting did, and that can be very, very difficult. And I know that for a fact because I spent most of my time on the RPC Authority taking articles that weren't very good and trying to make them better. So I did a lot of rewriting on the RPC. In fact, I kind of, if I do say so myself, I kind of started or helped start sort of a reinvigorated rewriting team on the RPC Authority that ultimately landed in the rewrite of RPC 002, which was really bad. But now it's really, really good. Von Pinsier basically got a hold of it and rewrote it, and it's a lot better. And that's really the whole reason I was trying to get the rewrite team off the ground. The whole reason is that hopefully one day someone would rewrite 002. And that's exactly what happened. So you're welcome. All right. Damn. You know, we got a lot of articles this time and a lot of commentary on these articles. There's a lot to say about these guys, which is a good thing. So SCP 6552. What? Oh, sorry, my wife is trying to tell me something. You might as well just come on in now. Hey, Sarah. Shit. Yeah, my wife's name is Sarah. Go fuck yourself. You might as well just come in and talk. Will you give me a refill of coffee? I'm not gonna be able to get through this. Oh God, y'all! I went back to my work for the first time this week, full-time job and everything. I almost thought I was gonna be able to do this. I am shocked that I got through all of these articles this week. This was not easy. I'm running on fumes. SCP 6552. Okay, y'all know this one. Okay, look at it. It's done really well for itself. It's at plus 86. It's been a week. What can I say about this guy? So let's first just get into the description of it so that you kind of get a good idea of what we're talking about here. So this is a WAV file. And if you don't know, I hope you know, .wav is a way to render audio. You got MP3, you got FLAC, you got org, and then WAV is probably, one of the more common ones. I think MP3 is probably more common because it's compressed and it's, more convenient for storage space and things like that. But a .wav is a little more, involved of an audio file. It's what we call lossless, LOSSLESS. Because it really retains the fidelity of the quality of the original render. Whereas something like an MP3, much like when you post a video to YouTube or to Twitch or something like that, it'll compress it. That's what an MP3 does. So that's what a WAV file is. So this is a WAV file, and it's a WAV file. You get it? But you can also change what kind of WAV it is depending upon what you put as the file name. So let's just skip ahead and cheat. Sound wave, heat wave, vapor wave, brain wave, whatever, microwave, tidal wave, that kind of stuff. So let's get into this. First things first, the author advertises themselves. So we have to do a full disclosure here because I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't do that. I'll throw in the caveat that I always do, that I wish people didn't announce themselves. The argument that people have for doing that doesn't really solve the problem that they think it does. It's not going to make anybody more inclined or likely to attribute you in off-site spaces. It's just not. So what it comes down to is basically the author trying to leverage their brand, and sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. So the question is, how does it work for me right now, and what is my relationship to this author here? I don't really have any relationship to this author. I think they showed up in the Society for Containment Fiction Discord at one point, which I thought was pretty cool. I do know a few of their articles. I think the one about the purple duck in the months previous was pretty good. I think it was also featured on the front page. So that's pretty cool to see. But, I don't really have a lot to say or think about this author, so that's nice. We can sort of approximate our unbiasedness by me not having a strong opinion of this author. So let's get into this. So we got the conprox, and we get that this is sort of a nomenclative anomaly. And then immediately right there, the image is just beautiful. It's just so nicely minimalist. Just a very, very good image, I think, right there to start things off with. We get a similarly simple description and a nice audio inclusion. Let's listen to that together. A nice 13-second long clip there. I'm not sure about the numerology and the author's relationship to it. That's pretty cool. So yeah, it's just a nice sort of relaxing beachfront. It sounds as it is described. And then of course we get on to the real part of the article here, all that being sort of a throat clearing, sort of a red carpet that's been rolled out. So we get to the table, and of course we're back to the idea of basically you can put anything in front of this wave, and if, I guess, it has something to do with a pun in the English language, then it has a sort of anomalous effect, right? And so you can kind of see this is a really, really simple, very clever sort of, mechanism going on here that sort of writes itself, right? I mean, that's the beauty of something like this. It's so minimalist, and it sort of writes itself. And there's a lot to really be impressed by here because, to have an article, focus so strongly on something so simple and yet so fertile to where it sort of auto-populates like this is impressive to see. It's not a trivial feat. And so to do so and to keep it this short also, I think, is quite an accomplishment as well. Let's go into some of these. So each entry has sort of an expected and slightly unexpected anomalous event. So for example, a sound wave makes the sound come out of the actual wave file and not the speakers on the computer. Vaporwave plays vaporwave music, I think the draw of this, that it's just so simple. It's sort of this one-note mechanism that almost takes an inventive and playful vibe. It's sort of mesmerizingly creative in its treatments, and it's just very tidy as to almost be cute in its miniature form here. I think it has all the intellectual satisfaction of something like a Scrabble game where you sort of try to figure out arrangements that end in wave, and you're rolling through your mind like, what ends in wave, kind of like you would have in a Scrabble game. And it sort of combines that with the mystery and the mystique of something like SCP-914 in sort of a reminiscent way. So I think each entry here is well thought out, and the author does a really good job with the names that they choose. Brainwave, microwave, these are all good selections. I do have a problem with this article. Sorry. I can't imagine a competent foundation typing in this last entry, which says tidal wave. And this is after they have, call it 5 good samples of this anomaly. And even the one immediately prior, microwave, killed a D class even. So I think by this point, only an idiot would type in tidal wave, and I really do believe that. This is like pushing the do not push button when there's dead bodies laying around the do not push button. I mean, only a moron would type in tidal wave to see what happens, at this point, given what we know. So that's there. Like I said, I think this is a really good, simple anomaly with sort of minimalist aesthetics. The author does a good job of maintaining and infusing that throughout the whole article, keeps it very short, which I appreciate. But ultimately, I think this article doesn't do what it sets out to do very well. I think it sort of backs itself into a corner. It gets a little over-daring in its audacity in doing so. What I mean is that you have to escalate this anomaly, right? You start off with a simple mechanism. There's only one direction to go. It's a very linear game to play. You can only help but just walk down the hallway of the video game that's here. And so you have to escalate it. That's the only thing that you can do here, right? That's part of the beauty. That's part of its minimalism and simplicity. And the only way to do that is to put more dire and impactful words before the dot wave, right? I mean, it's obvious. That's why this is charming, right? So it necessarily has to escalate into something, and probably a catastrophe. But the one thing that doesn't work is that catastrophe. There's a real big hole, like a big pothole in this article, right at the moment where the hallway is leading you to, right where you should be able to arrive somewhere. There's just a gaping hole there. And once again, it's that the Foundation should have seen this coming. If you read the tidal wave portion, it talks about how the whole site is flooded, everything's unrecoverable, the reconstruction of the site, transferring of new replacement staff, so everybody dies in this site. You either have to make the Foundation oblivious, like to the point of idiocy, or evil, like pure evil, for them to do this when they probably know what's going to happen by this point. We have to assume that the Foundation personnel are maybe brain dead in order for this to escalate believably and get to where the author feels is a good ending, which it is a good ending, but it's just, once again, it's too predictable. You can see it coming from a mile away, and it's just, it doesn't work, I think, when you finally get there. It makes compromises with this observation. I'm happy to assume the author knew this. I'm happy to assume the author knew this observation. But you don't really have a choice, as the author. You have to keep raising the stakes. You have to keep the wordplay alive. It's almost like checkmate. There's a very limited number of moves you could do here, and at the end, you didn't take the king, I don't think, because of this logical problem that's sitting there at the very end, sort of staring you in the face. There was other meat on this bone, too, that we possibly could have gone to. Sine wave, SINE.wave would have been interesting to see. Shock wave, air wave, short wave. I know that the author wanted to keep it tight, for the article to remain minimalist and not to overstay its welcome. This concept doesn't allow for a lot of rope as it is, but that the personnel would jump to tidal wave knowing full well that this thing can exert urgently physical and even deadly force. It really destroys, I think, the delicate nature of this article, and really forces the author to go into a position that they have to sort of be like, yeah, I guess the Foundation's kind of evil, So, and even if you go to the comments here, one comment actually kind of leans on this pretty severely. So this individual says, I honestly really love the implications set by the final entry in the table. Just the sheer detachment from human life and the viewing of an entire site's staff as disposable and replaceable really makes this work as an excellently simple piece of horror. Very nice, +1. And the author, of course, thanks the individual and sort of agrees with them, saying that the final result definitely went through the most revisions. It started out as the terrible Site 98 flooded and destroyed, 81 casualties, water damage. I really don't think it's too different from that, to be honest. Maybe I'm missing something. It's worded a little better, sure. But if the actual statement of what's happening here, if the actual event is any different, I don't see how the people didn't die. I don't see how it wasn't flooded and destroyed. I don't see how water damage didn't cause a bunch of damage that needs to be replaced. So I don't know how much of a meaningful change that was in the mind of the author here. And additionally, the initially pleasing aspects of this article, for example, this nice minimalist image here, they don't really make sense, I think, upon further inspection. So, why is the default audio of this an ocean wave, for example? When we can see it take on aspects of everything else, it sort of loses that oceanic quality and adapts whatever name is in front of it. So this is a strange thing, I think, to sort of set up in that way. Why also is it that there's an image that accompanies this file, and why likewise is it also of an ocean wave? So the more you kind of inspect this and the more you turn it over into different angles in the light, it looks as though this idea of an actual ocean wave kind of exists before the addendum, and then that whole thing is just sort of abandoned until it comes back again in the form of a tidal wave. And once again, by that point, it's almost mandated what this has to be. So it's nice that it ties back in, but the author really didn't have a lot of options here, I think, and it's sort of settling, I think, for this sort of ending. So it just makes not a lot of sense in some ways. I think it runs out of runway. It has to sort of grasp in a frenzied manner in order to keep from crashing completely. Its germinal point is apparent. Of course, this being a dot wave is sort of a pun, and it tries its hardest to grow out from that. It is agreeable, and it's sort of a disarming article, but it's a bit pampered in its delivery, and the article was kind of born with a silver spoon in its mouth, so to speak. It doesn't really earn the soft, pillowy justifications that it needs in order to thrive the way that it has on the wiki at a plus 86 in a week. So, I mean, you have to sort of like make concessions to this. Oh, yeah, the Foundation is horribly evil and doesn't care about human life. Just like that at the very end. Almost like it's just the justification that you needed, and so you found it. And if that sounds a little strange, I mean, compare this with something like SCP 5000, where that too, and also casts the Foundation as homicidal, but it does so at great length and with a dense amount of explanation and drama. I mean, indeed, that's really the whole philosophical crux of the article. The article is titled "Why," so there is no why here. It's just what. It just skips over all that. In order for it to be escalated. Really it's just sort of an incidental consequence of this article escalating, and the entirety of the Foundation headcanon warps and bends itself around the need for this article to escalate, okay? So I think it's a great idea. It's cute, it's clever, it's got great pacing. I love how minimalist it is. I love the aesthetics of it. I like the direction that it goes even, but I think that ultimately at the end, the climax, it just ruins itself. I think it's really, unfortunately, poor execution at the time that it needed it the most. So, I mean, obviously, I recommend this article. It's very brief. It's definitely an enjoyable read, I think. I just think that on subsequent reads, the flaws start to become more apparent. I think 86, I mean, sure, people like this article. I can see why they do. So it just is what it is. I couldn't get over this. I thought that this was enough for me to question the entirety of the rest of the article, but there's not much of it left to question. Pretty short. But yeah, so I mean, there are some problems. I think the logical problems are the worst parts of articles making the wrong move, because it's just so hard to come back from, in my opinion. All right, so let's do a couple more, and we'll take our intermission. Boy, we're making a lot of slow progress. Whew. All right, looks like this one is at -8. I don't think I covered that one anyway, to be honest with you. So we'll move on. All right, so this is SCP-6425. SCP-6425. I don't really remember this one. I think the author initially didn't put a rating module at top. I think it was just at the bottom. But it's so funny. The SCP Wiki staff will not let you remove the rating module up top. They won't do it. Let's go to this. Square root -1j. Can you guys find that for me? SCP Wiki square root -1j. Can you do that? Let's see. SCP Wiki joke articles, maybe? Joke articles. Squirt. There it is. So on my article, the whole point of it was to not have a rating on top, because I put in this one that has -211, which actually turned out to be kind of conservative and kind of mild when it comes to the most negative pages that I've seen. The highest negative rating that I've seen is 1,102, and that's on the Chinese branch. So this is way too low in retrospect. But for a long time, I had my rating at the bottom. In fact, I kind of framed it all in favor of thesis rejection, and so people could still interact with it that way. But yeah, for the longest time, I got away with it. And then for some reason, the staff they can't do it. I mean, there's something that's in them that is just so animalistically magnetic to the need for something like the rating module completely upfront, like right in your face, that they cannot abide even a joke article not having that immediately there. So it was funny to go back. I missed when they did this, but it was funny to go back. I don't check my articles very often. I'm not somebody who does that shit. I don't even know the names or the numbers of my articles, to be honest with you, except for maybe a couple. But yeah, so I went back and saw that they had put the rating there, those fuckers. I mean, they can't help themselves, man. They can't help themselves. It really is a disease. It really is an addiction. It's a compulsion. There's no good reason to have this up here. Zero. The people who made this decision just do so because they're that attached to the rating module. It has that much gravity in their thinking. They can't let it go. So it's funny to see that here, because when I first saw this article, I'm pretty sure that it didn't have the rating up top. I think it was just at the bottom. So, and that kind of played into the article too, because if you look at it, the whole thing is interestingly framed in this table with one tab, and the tab is titled Recovered Document 6425. So of course it might make sense to not have the upvote right there. But thanks, staff. Appreciate that. So let's get into this article. 6425. What is this? So this is an RNA virus that causes giant tumors to grow inside subjects. Okay. So we have a very, very good opening first sentence. Until a cure for the SCP is developed, parabiological Site 39 is to have minimal contact with the outside world. So that really opens the setting and tells us a bit as to what is going on. The description is straightforward and keeps very, very good clinical tone as well as medical tone. Talks about the morphology, the protein capsid around the nucleic acid. Really goes into just a nice, believable amount of scientific discussion without getting, babbly. Doesn't reach too far. It keeps things relatively within arm's length. So I like that quite a lot. I do appreciate the realism in this. It kind of gets into the specifics of the virus without getting sort of like textbook-ish. So that's nice too. And then there's a discovery section here. Let me get this music back on. Don't know why it stops like that. There's a discovery section here, and it contains this to a lone parabiological site, Site 39 right there. It kind of insinuates that it must be a lab-grown thing or a result of pre-existing anomalies that existed in this site. We get a collapsible called a summarized autopsy log. Basically what happens here is this mass forms in the body. The tumors are large. The immune system is unable to recognize the viral particles and the tumors, and so it will begin attacking... it's unable to recognize the virus particles, so it instead attacks this foreign mass, and then actually cracks it open like an egg, and more of these viral particles come out. So it's sort of like this virus is sort of like bested the human immune system. It's sort of found a way to make it even more, proliferative. So, it helps in the proliferation of the virus. If not treated, results in multi-organ system failure and subsequent death of the human. The only effective treatment consists in removal of the instances as soon as noticed, and will result in the loss of the virus's only defense mechanism. The surgery only succeeds in curing 30% of cases, and death is pretty common. Yada, yada, yada. So we get a collapsible of notable autopsies. Then these are people who have died from this infection, and obviously people kind of cutting them open to see what the heck is going on. I think this is very detailed and kind of unfortunate. In all of these cases, it's really described very well with a dreadful kind of mortality to it. And then you have these one after the other, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, 5. They sort of like come at you like in a conveyor belt of just disgusting and disturbing body horror and medical imagery. And even I am grossed out. I'm a medical guy. I see some really gross stuff all the time. I got this on my arm right now, for example. Can you see that? Let me get to the stream that I'm not paying attention to. I mean, like, this is shit that I do like all day. Like, I just watch that shit. No problem. I remember one time I was taking staples out of a dude's stomach from some trauma, and I had to remove the staples like with these metal kind of pliers, and I got through like 6 staples, and this was just like a stapled together line from a trauma accident directly up the guy's belly, and I think about the 6th or 7th staple that I took out, that belly just opened up. It just split, like, and like his belly opened up, and there's just a bunch of like abdominal adipose tissue and gore. Look like it's almost like a gore eye blinking or winking at me. So anyway, even I am grossed out by some of these descriptions. So I think it's a pretty good job on the author's part. A testing table is next. This sort of shows the effect on various other species when these viral particles sort of get into these other things as well. More good gross imagery here. There's a really good word here, infructuous, which I don't know the definition of. I forgot. So let's learn together.
Infructuous.
Infructuous, pointless or unnecessary. What a good word. Thank you very much. So as we go on a little bit, there's a really neat and subtle introduction of a memetic component. So the framing of the recovered article is great, which is this whole tab thing, like it's recovered. And then so the author finally exits that at the very, very end. And what this does, once it finally exits this framing device, is that it's able to second guess all the assumptions that were placed in the article throughout. So this is a really effective tactic, I think, and really brings out the memetic subtlety that the author sort of weaves very, very carefully through this whole thing. I think the article is a perfect measure of information and ambiguity. There's enough space between the dots here to get you intrigued into what the shape that they make must be, and also enough to connect them if you're paying attention. So I like that a lot when an article does that. I do think the article has some problems. It suffers from improper and unnecessary capitalization. For example, anytime the word foundation is used in this. Oh, they went back. Good. When I first read this, every instance of the word foundation, except when it started a sentence, was not capitalized. So that's good to see that. Administration probably should be capitalized there, and it's not. There are errant periods. So, for example, here's two periods next to one another that shouldn't be there. Footnote 1 is rather confused. It says, this is similar to the main mechanism behind transplant rejections. There's no reason why transplant rejections should be capitalized. I work with transplants all the time and transplant rejections, and I've never seen those two things capitalized like that. So there's really some misunderstandings of medicine going on in here, such as this line. Let's take a peek. As such, the pigs were administered significant amounts of antibiotics to weaken their immune system and were subsequently reinfected with the SCP. That doesn't really make sense. Giving people antibiotics doesn't weaken their immune system. There is such thing as passive immunity, which basically you deny the human body and the human's own immune system from creating its own defense, and you sort of supplant it with an outside set of antibodies that can fight it off, but that's not really weakening the person's immune system. In fact, it really comes in handy when the person's immune system is already weak. So I think what was meant here is not antibiotics, but steroids. You can give people a lot of steroids, and steroids downregulate the human immune system. So I think that's what was meant here, although that's not really a big deal. It's very hard to do medicine and specialty things and get all the details correctly. And then I think there's some other places where the clinical tone sort of wobbles, a sort of wobbly clinical tone, like right after this double period here. Furthermore, efficiency of the research team has sharply decreased, mainly being due to casualties. Don't know why that's in there. Mainly due to casualties. Due to casualties would be fine, but mainly being due to casualties is not good. But anyway, besides that, there's just a great amount of clinical believability in this. There's some body horror. There's a lot of intrigue. There's some subtle craftsmanship, and it's a really pleasing read, I think. This really, really shines structurally. I think it's a virtuoso of utilizing structure to help tell the story and provide contours in the read. I really, really, it really tickles me how the author was able to put the footnotes section in this recovered document and then still be able to kind of continue the article afterwards. And once again, just I think the best part about this is the mimetic reveal, and the author does just a very, very elegant, very sophisticated job of slowly introducing how this is mimetic and then kind of bringing that home at the end in this very, very satisfying cadence structurally. So definitely recommend this article. I think it needs a little more polish. I'm happy to see that some of the capitalization errors were fixed. The rest of it needs to be fixed. And then this will be just an absolutely great article. And then we have a really, really interesting discussion section here. So, yeah, look at this. Unfortunately, we require that all content pages have a rating module at the top of the page, so I have to put one there. It's completely circular. There's no good reason to have that on every page, except if you, I mean, I have to assume that the staff want people to be completely obsessed with the rating module. Because, I mean, why else would you give the exception, you know? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, this is a culture and community that just, it's like a fix. I mean, if they don't have their cigarette in the morning, if they don't have their rating at the top right of the page, the first thing you see, it's not right, you know. Anyway, there's a really good discussion here. I like Sword Lover's comment. Terse scientific language. The recovered document had me interested before I even realized the twist. Well done. Grigory Karpin thought this was good. Body horror is a personal favorite. This one does a good job of using biological descriptions to instill unease in the reader. Lord comes by. I've missed Lord's comments. Comes by, makes it nice and simple. And then this is pretty funny. A random day comes in, who's usually just an absolute monster at crit. Just very, very, very good critter. And gets this one wrong in the first time, but kudos to Random Day for just striking through this and owning the misread and just changing the mind once someone has corrected them. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, so if you should check out this discussion. I think this is really good. This is a really, really nice discussion, and I think this is a really, really good article. So definitely check this one out. Okay, we'll get through ABBA and we'll take a break. So just two more. Let me get a refill of my coffee. Oh, it's this one. Okay, so this is SCP-6929. I really had a good time reading this one. This one is by Ekranac, so let's do our full disclosure. Straight up, we have an author announcement, so we have to do a full disclosure. So what is my relation to Ekranac? Well, I'm a big fan of Ekranac. I haven't read everything they've put onto the wiki. They actually have quite a big oeuvre already. But from what I've read, I haven't been disappointed once in an Ekranac article. Their most recent article prior to this was SCP, I think it was 64. Let me check my notes. Yeah, SCP-6466. This one. Which we had a great opinion of here. So... yeah, once again, I'd rather not know this is by Ekranac. I'd rather read through the skip and be impressed with it, and then uncover that it was Ekranac, which is more scientific in that it obviously is a blinded assessment, and, bias goes both ways. Either I can not like an author and run the risk of that affecting my assessment of the article, or I can like an author and have that, influence my assessment of the article. It really would be better if we didn't know. If this was a blinded study, it's more scientific that way. And in my opinion, authors should want to have that unbiasedness in their receptions. It's definitely ruined by the announcement of the author at the 4. Second only to the rating, of course. Okay, but let's get into that. So, I would say this is pretty typical of an Ecrinac article. We got that black background that I think they exclusively use almost. There are a few articles that don't, but most of them, especially the recent ones, do. And then surprising for Ecrinac, we actually don't have any content warnings. Usually we have those, so it's interesting. And then of course the black background does make the ACS look pretty good when you have good color coordination here, so that's nice. Okay. So the containment procedures here, they're pretty generic, they're pretty safe, but they do have some specificity to them that prevents this from being just a straight up Lego containment procedure section. So what do I mean when I say Lego conprocs? Well, when I say Lego conprocs, I mean that that people can write conprocs that are just completely prepackaged. They show up everywhere. They're really non-specific. They're nondescript. They don't really have any specificity to the anomaly that's being talked about. It's basically just opened from a set, a box, and you take the individual Lego pieces and you sort of clip them on together. And some of them go together and some of them don't, but they all click together because they're Legos. That's what I mean when I say Lego conprocs. Things like a perimeter is established around the area. Guards are outside. Testing is only allowed if you have permission from this person. Those generic things. Web crawlers looking for this on the internet. It could be those conprocs apply to hundreds of articles. They're just very nondescript. They're very non-specific. So it's always good. It's not always possible. Most of the time it's possible, but it's always good to have containment procedures that are tailor fit, like a nice suit to your anomaly. And that's really an indication of creativity, a good understanding of what the author is working with. It's just a good sign for an article. And not always, but it can be a bad sign when an article has Lego conprocs. So we get that this is a perfume, so I think that's good enough for here. And then the anomaly gets interesting when the anomalous properties only manifest on certain dates. So what's going on here is that we have a perfume, and it's just a normal perfume, but on specific dates, the odor changes, with certain emotions being associated with each odor, regardless of the prior experiences of the person smelling it. So that's just really interesting direction to take this. It's excellent. That's simple. It's a powerful decision on the part of the author to make it vary with dates. And it really sets up very interesting circumstances that can be really sort of mined for a lot of narrative potential. So then we go on, the author sort of dabbles and plays with the concept of olfactory memory, which, we all know. We all know how powerful scent can be when it comes to reviving memories and long forgotten. So that really is a nice insertion point for the reader emotionally and experientially. It really brings the reader in to the article a little closer. We all have those scents that sort of wormhole us back immediately to, very specific, coordinates in time and space, but also emotionally and spiritually as well. So I think it's a really, really great hook. Almost everyone or anyone can be sympathetic to the read at this point. So I just think that's a nice little, very clever, very crafty inclusion by the author there. So the author chooses not to really elaborate on any more of this anomaly after describing this much, which really captures that sense of longing and that sense of mystery, that this olfactory memory sort of plays off of. Something more is going to be there, but you can't quite put your finger on it. That's kind of like those old smells. And then so we get to the table, and basically these different dates are listed, and with those dates come the anomalous odors and scents that arise on those dates. And then they actually include a section called associated emotions. So there's different scents that arise on different dates. These mainly gravitate around food. So, the subtext is perhaps these were from a meal. You have barbecue, cinnamon and caramel, roasted chicken, ice cream, flowers, fried broccoli, coffee, cinnamon. So a lot of food stuff going on here. A a lot of it is sweet. You saw a lot of cinnamon. There's caramel in there. Cinnamon sort of seems to be a repeat pairing, sort of a motif that shows up. There's really an abrupt change in this towards the end where we get vomit right there. Vomit sort of shows up. And then the last thing we get is soil. So, given that each of these things is something that is either ingested or is evacuated out of the body, as in the case of vomit, perhaps the soil indicates that someone was buried or perhaps even buried alive in the worst case scenario. So what's interesting about this article is that you can kind of read a story into this. And then I think what's also interesting is that later editions start to add the specific time of day, and not just the dates, but 10 p.m., 10:04, 1 a.m. And so this sort of indicates a subtle telescoping of the action in the article and sort of its own escalation in a very subtle way. These might be interpreted as high specific moments of later recall, like how everyone, for example, my age, I'm an old guy, but everyone my age knows exactly where they were and what they were doing in the general time of day or the specific time of day. When something very highly impactful happened, I always think about 9/11. I know I have very sharp memory, very, very sharp recall. So in that way, the addition of the time included with the date sort of acts as its own raising of the stakes here. So that's just a nice little touch that I don't see a lot of, that I thought was really subtle and I thought was really, really clever way to do that. And like I was saying, each of these items that's in this addendum table here can be mapped onto a rough story. For example, there's the first where you have a paper, you have relief, you have freedom, you have excitement, you have anxiety, you have joy. You have a barbecue next, you have cinnamon and all these goodies. So you kind of can overlay this narrative. Maybe there was an invitation, to a barbecue between, potential romantic interests. This barbecue sort of sparks a relationship and mixed company. The scene in the next week or so turns a little more intimate, perhaps at a restaurant with a fancy dessert made of caramel and cinnamon going on here. And then next we may be seeing a home-cooked meal with a roasted chicken with a different sort of dessert suggested, one that can't be served in a restaurant, if you know what I'm saying. And then something goes wrong because you have all these nice emotions, fun, some anxiety, but it's growing with attraction and attractiveness. Intense anxiety, but also intense attraction. So we're getting into some very, steamy sort of suggestions going on here. But once we get to April 4th, something goes pretty wrong. And by the way, expected impending relief. I wonder what that could be. But August 4th, something goes wrong. Overwhelming nervousness, high expectations, sudden shock, intense sadness. And so our implied protagonist seems to be washed up by this point with a broken heart. Suddenly eating in the next insert what seems to be a likely prepackaged and frozen home dinner, of fried broccoli, Home Alone or something. The consumption of coffee represents a jolt of energy, perhaps when someone is too tired and needs a kick in the rear. Although here we have, sudden intense anger. So this energy gotten from this coffee can only really be expressed in the form of anger, which certainly is a stage in the process that might be going on here of, a broken heart and then grief and then acceptance and anger and whatever. It's, something definitely is going on here. And then it seems as though our protagonist couldn't deal with the anger after this. And if we want to read this, denial, anxiety, overwhelming guilt, horror, rage, overwhelming blame, intense anger, overwhelming guilt, denial, intense denial, overwhelming denial. It seems as though this was a jilted lover who decided to take matters into their own hand and likely murdered the partner of this love, this once love. That would certainly explain why we suddenly see vomit, maybe at the sight of what someone has done, and also the scent of soil, likely incidental from let's say burying a body or something like that. And so the article ends with not really ends. There's one collapsible here, but the next part is a discovery. It's really short and simple. It's very delicately constructed. It gives us just enough of a confirmation of the kind of reading that we just did through the documentation, to the cold clinical presentation. And the discovery is sort of nodding its head at us that we've interpreted this in the right way. Talking about an unmarked grave, covered in blood, was this fragrance bottle was covered in blood. So it kind of confirms what we were reading into this as well. So if you haven't gotten it, this discovery will hopefully kind of point you in the right direction by this point in the article. So I do appreciate how the author is sort of working on two different levels of intellectual engagement there for people. It's nice to be inclusive like that, I think. And then so the update, actually, if you'll notice, is on Christmas Day, 2018. So it sends the article into an absolutely disgusting and effective place of horror. So prior to this, it was sort of a classical level story about love and loss and the worst parts of the human response to that. Somewhat relative to, let's say, Romeo and Juliet. Obviously, that was sort of suicidal, but it's really not that far down the shelf to get to like a homicidal reaction to the same sort of events and things. But at this update, at this point, we get really a real turn. This becomes a lot more fucked up in this place. And so we get a renewal of the infatuation, intense attachment, overwhelming denial. And that odor that is associated with this one is rot. So, if you follow the story here, this can really only mean one thing, I think. So it's just pretty fucked up. The author has delivered the reader exactly where they want the reader to be. There's really no escaping it at this point, while never telling them explicitly where to go. So I think in that way, this is really, really talented, very superb architecture going on here. And I think probably safe to say it's somewhat of structural mastery. It's certainly probably the strongest part of this article, next to its suggestive nature. I don't think the article needs this at the end. Further investigation is pending. That's sort of just, kind of like an auto signature way of leaving an article. I don't really think it's necessary. I think it's just indicative of a minimal amount of thinking. When removing it actually would maybe indicate more thinking. So that's just a little nitpick. The whole thing has just excellent poetry. The ingredients here that the author chooses, quite literally in some cases, just invoke a highly evocative and sensual imagery going on, just like filling your mouth with cinnamon and caramel might be. Once again, it's very suggestive in more ways than one, while being restrained and very mature about it, which obviously is a lot more than other SCP authors would be able to do. Let's think of someone like the Yurt Boys, whose compositional approach would probably include the word fucking explicitly in this article. So it's nice to not see that in there. But most of all, though, this is, I think, exemplary use of the SCP format. There's a deep, moving narrative here with intense emotion and very deliberate characterization, and it's all packed in a way that no other medium or mode of creative writing can achieve. It uses this cold clinical tone of being removed to allow these ingredients to shine for themselves, particularly in this addendum where they have this testing log and this format just repeat itself in this fashion. This is really containment fiction, I think, at its best treated, its most properly treated, and its best potential to stand out as a unique way of storytelling. No other format can do this, so it's really nice to see an author really appreciate the genre in the way that this author has done. So I think this is a really fantastic article. It's definitely one of the better ones that I read this week, that I'm going to read this week, and maybe even next week. So great job to the author. And then if we go to the discussion section, I think this is just... I think really good articles bring out really good comments. Even if the comment isn't necessarily a praise, if it's not necessarily somebody who comes down on the side of the author on the article, I think interesting and good articles bring out really good crit. I see this all the time when I do my thing for the Config Magazine Sunday show, where I give every article 5 words. Like really boring articles don't have good 5-word combos. And I can feel it. Like when I'm trying to come up with 5 words to describe the article, I'm talking cat, kind of is cute. You know what I mean? Like, but a really, really good article, it's like a very exciting process coming up with 5 words to describe that article. It's like a puzzle, and I know when I've hit it, like, oh man, like that's good. So in the same way, really good, compelling articles, I think, bring out a lot of good crit in people. So this discussion section here is really, really good. There's very effortful crit going on here, both in Rounder House and also Ryog Hale. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. So I'm actually just going to read this crit from Rounder House. I think it's really, really good. Sad articles. This is Rounder House. Sad articles are a weird fucking game, mostly because they usually work in one relatively straightforward way and are subject to a unique quirk of human behavior. When you know someone is trying to hit you with an emotional gut punch, it's way less likely to actually connect and work, which spawns one of the best pieces of advice I ever got on writing them from Kirby, Captain Kirby, which was, your readers shouldn't know their heartstrings are being tugged until it's too late. That's a fantastic quote. The description of this opens with the quote, so that I can remember all of our greatest moments forever, which to me, Rounder House says, kind of betrayed its intentions from the start, though that might not be the case for everyone. Either way, I think it's kind of corny. I'm imagining this dude writing that on a perfume bottle over the grave of their dead lover. That pattern kind of continues with the tests immediately showing that, oh, it starts with attraction, which combined with the note on the perfume bottle primes me to expect dead wife. More broadly speaking, I don't think that the smell-emotion combo here really works for me either. I see your author post, and there's absolutely something to be said for leaving the details up to the reader's imaginations. You give them the silhouette, they fill in the details, but you're basically spoon-feeding that to them with the borderline told arc from crush to mutual attraction, taking up what is, in my opinion, a disproportionately large part of the article. Only the very last 3 to 4 notes really leave anything up to the imagination. I assume this is because you wanted people to imagine the events occurring to cause the emotions, but when writing this stuff, the events are there to inspire those emotions in the reader. You basically just accidentally took a shortcut to the end, which made it feel, to me, like it lacked an emotional core to really even take advantage of and turn against me. The last note was interesting, though, and piqued my interest a little, but I guess it just lacked enough panache for me to make up for how weird the rest of those had felt to me. Then again, if this was me, I probably would have just put intense hunger. Yeah, that's a really, really, really good crit. I mean, so even if I don't agree with it, and this is the way that I come across my own articles, by the way. This is what's lost on the SCP Wiki, is that even if someone's disagreed with you, even if someone does not like your article, if they can explain that in a really, mature, a really impressive, a really deep, a really thoughtful, a really effortful way, I mean, that gets my respect. I mean, you can not like my articles, that's fine. That's not going to bother me. Especially if you have a really, really good description. If you have a really good justification, if you have a really good argument for why it is that you don't like my article, at some point I'm going to be like, okay, that's pretty good. So even, we agree to disagree. This could be an academic difference, but I mean, good job. You did a good job. People kind of have lost that on the SCP Wiki, I think, not to go rambling, but to people it's about praise. They just want the praise. They don't want something like this. Ekronak is probably different, I think, which is another reason why I like that author. But yeah, so Rounder House, it's just nice to see him doing this because he's an excellent critic, and I'm really happy to see people doing this kind of stuff. I think this was also a really good comment. The truly anomalous part of this object is the fact that the whole phrase, this one, so that I can remember all our greatest moments forever, the whole phrase fit onto the bottom of the bottle in marker ink, which is notoriously unintelligible and written in small font. I think it's pretty cool. We have another person with a good little bit of critic. And actually, I'm going to read this part too, because I agree with Rounder House's criticisms. The article is saved for me by the striking incongruity of the final note. I think if it were something like intense hunger or another obvious horror emotion, I would have downvoted but the confusion really suggests that something is going on other than the narrative spelled out by the rest of the article. That said, I would strongly suggest removing the inscription. It's over-explaining the anomaly, breaks verisimilitude in terms of seeming like it exists for plot purposes rather than being something a person would actually write, and it doesn't make sense that someone could have written all that out legibly in permanent marker on this space available. So this makes me so happy. I cannot tell you how happy this makes me, because what we're seeing here are people who are deeply thinking about in-universe, in-character perspectives, which is what I think has been completely lost on the wiki, in addition to what I've just said. So I love this kind of attention to detail. I mean, that's really what makes a containment fiction different, and it really is what makes a really good containment fiction article, in my opinion, really good. So, you know, I agree with those comments, by the way. Those are really good crits. We do see in the description this, it's a half-used bottle of perfume with the words, "So that I can remember all our greatest moments forever," written on the bottom in permanent marker ink. So, you know, I believe that the discovery section pulls the reader where they need to be, and the article would be stronger without that tell revealed at the very beginning. So in other words, I think that you could remove this phrase just like those people suggested, and you're still going to get to the same spot. I agree that it really holds the hand of the reader a little too nurturingly, a little too in a dependent fashion, really sort of coddles to the reader just a little bit, and it certainly does blunt and dampen the effect, I think. So that's really effective crit, and I agree. For what it's worth, but I think there's definitely enough in this article to move it away from that as something that sinks it. I don't think that's quite enough to sink this article. There's a whole lot going on here that's actually really good. My only other criticism about this is that it does seem a little contrived in retrospect to have the odor and these associated emotions paired together here. But I do think the author justifies that and sort of makes ample room for it when they introduce this idea of olfactory memory in the description, which I actually disagree with Rounderhouse there. I think that was pretty well included, and once again, is a nice emotional insertion point for most readers, I think. So, yeah. There was one more comment that I missed that I wanted to check out, because this person sort of interpreted the end in the same way that I did. So this to Sappher, who just wrote that dot wave, that tidal wave article we just saw, has this to hide in a collapsible. I can't tell if this SCP is insinuating just love for someone you lost, or it's much darker and is literally just necrophilia. It's necrophilia. That's what this article is doing. So I'll also say that you know, something to take in a flattering way if you're the author of this. You know, given the effort of someone like Rounderhouse's critique here, you know, only articles that rise to a certain level of competency, of delivery of something, get this sort of detailed microscopy, okay? So that's really its own compliment. That's true for all the articles that I criticized in the past, maybe not in the best way too. I mean, some of those are, unless I was doing something like this show where I talk about even the worst ones, or I was doing something like covering everybody's catalog of works, you know, so this comment, even though it's not favorable, is its own compliment. I hope the author recognizes that. But yeah, so, you know, I think one of the reasons why articles bring out crits like this, when really bad articles that we see all the time on this show and on the wiki don't bring out criticism like this, is because you know, somebody is at the leading edge of the space doing this. These sort of disagreements where you get this sort of philosophical outpouring and effort really only occur in the higher, sort of more advanced spaces compositionally, the sort of the higher strata of either compositional talent or popularity, or both. Very occasionally it's both. But yeah, so the harder the shot, the more technicality goes into the shot, and the more specific the aim, the more criticism there is around a miss. You know, if you try to shoot for a very specific thing, you have a higher chance of missing it. If you just shoot for like a very broad, you know, target, you know, you're probably not going to miss. So Ekronak here, I think, is doing something difficult, and that's its own reward. The comments should be an icing on the cake, whether it's good or bad. Ultimately, I think the article is well above average. I think we can. I think even someone like Routerhouse can give it to this article that it's well above average. And I definitely think this deserves a read. I definitely think you should go read this. I think 54 is a decent rating for this. Any more it'd probably be a little too bombastic and suspicious. But I think it's a very healthy rating for this article at somewhere around a week, and pretty fitting for that. So, all right, let's do one more, and then we'll take a break. We'll almost be done. We'll be kind of halfway through the 6th of June, and then we'll cut it to an intermission right after there. So, SCP Abbaj, AABBAJ. Okay, so what is this guy? Let's take a peek real quick. So this is a limerick poem about an anomalous human named, there he is, Willie, who can only be approached in limericks. So, we have another article that's a kind of a nomenclature, like a structure-based article where it has to be this way, So, and it's a joke article. So, this is certainly, going for a very small aim spot here. So, without reading anything, we look at the title. It's SCP AABBAJ. So without reading anything, we understand that this is going to be a limerick which abides by this AABBA rhyming scheme. Okay, it's not a reference to the 1970s Swedish pop group ABBA. It's a reference to the rhyme scheme of the stanzas, which is pretty normal for a limerick. So the section abides by sort of a limerick-esque sort of rhythm, which commonly is iambic pentameter. It's pentameter, penta means 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 lines, also called feet, in each of these stanzas. That's where the pentameter comes from. And iambic is a adjective for the noun iamb, I-A-M-B, which is a pretty cool word. But basically an iamb, in a setting of poetry, means alternative stress. So one syllable is not stressed and the other is stressed. So dun 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 dun, stress not. That's an iamb. And it really, if you wanted to translate that to music, the classic rock beat would be an iamb, because you have the snare drum on the 2 and the 4, which are the stresses, and no snare drum on the 1 and the 3s, which are not stresses. So it sounds like this. Let's see. Can you hear that? Can't really hear that, can you? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No stress, not stress. So that's an iamb. You can think of it that way if you want to, if that helps you. So we have iambic pentameter. So what that tells us is that we have 5 lines, and the syllables in each line are going to be sort of upbeat, downbeat, stressed. There was an anomalous fella. Dun, 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 dun. Stress, not stress, not stress, right? So that's really what a limerick is. It's kind of the most elementary form of rhyming poetry. And the reason why this is such a tough shot of an article, the reason why this is a tough thing to pull off is because everybody knows what a limerick is. Everybody knows what iambic pentameter should sound like. So what that means is that if you don't nail this, if you don't get every single line rhythmically correct, you're going to be in trouble. Everybody knows that you've messed up. And so this article really is quite ambitious for itself. And of course, the idea of making everything rhyme and putting those rhymes into the foundation nomenclature is also a difficult thing to do. And certainly something, risky, and that should be applauded in its own way. So it's really clever. The idea of it is really clever. It's not easy to do. Someone certainly spent a lot of time on this, and that's not usually a good reason to like something. But in this case, with the rhyming, and then once again using sort of terms that are unique to the SCP Foundation, that's just impressive to me that you even got something to submit. So I think some of these rhymes on top of that are inventive. The rhyming is there, but there are plenty of arrhythmias. Once again, that's a problem because everybody knows what iambic pentameter is supposed to sound like. It's the most rudimentary form that's introduced to kids. It's sort of this sing-songy sort of lilt to it. So, if you mess up, everyone's going to know, and that's exactly what happens here, unfortunately. So, for example, the first stanza, the third and fourth line, they don't really fit the rhythm. You got to have rhythm. Shakespeare, who did a lot of limericks, he would have been a good drummer. I'll tell you that because he could do it really well. So, for example, let's take a look at this. Usually, iambic pentameter limericks they go by 8-8-6, 6-8 syllable wise. So 8 syllables, 6 syllables, and 8. There's too many kids in this tub. There's too many elbows to rub. I just washed a behind that I don't think was mine. There's too many kids in this tub, right? That's iambic pentameter. Dun, 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 dun. And it has sort of a triplet feel to it. Triplet, triplet, trip, right? Dun, 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 dun. You can feel that pulse in there of stressing and non, the iambs, the iambic. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 right? So that's kind of the gist of the formula for the limerick. And so if we start to read this, there was an anomalous fella. Okay, so that's 9. That kind of works. Born magic nix abracadabra. Like that was kind of a twisted way to get, that didn't flow very well. He turned words into poems, which landed him alone, locked up, branded SCP ABBA. So, I mean, it's kind of going with a 9 kind of thing, but it's asymmetrical. There's an arrhythmia in there. So, I mean, by the first stanza, it's already been ruined. I hate to say that because, I mean, there's a lot of work that went into the rest of it. But, I mean, once again, if you mess up once, it has to be flawless. It isn't flawless, and so this hasn't done very well. And it also does some other things, too. It makes the dreaded mistake of rhyming keter with eater when it should be keter, and everybody knows that. So, and really some of these lines don't rhyme very well with one another. Poems alone, efforts, half-wits, many, 20. You kind of got to twist the 20 to get it to sound like many. Limericks and sticks works. Nations, population, like some of those rhymes are kind of like, the kind of low-grade rhymes, honestly. And then some of it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, let's actually read this. There once was an SCP object whose containment was really a project. Despite lacking cake eaters, they labeled it Keter? Like, what does that line mean? I must be missing something because I don't understand how cake... I'm hungry, but I mean, I don't understand how cake has anything to do with this. So yeah, that's just... I don't know. It seems like a non sequitur. So, there could be some better lines here. There could be some better rhymes here too. If you're not familiar with the rhyming dictionary, that's always a fun tool to use. Let's see. Keter, better. So you could have rhymed keter with anything that rhymes with better, which is a lot of things. So you could have done a better job, I think. If you just made the correction of pronouncing it keter, you could have opened up an entirely new dimension of rhyming that would have made this line probably make more sense. Probably would have been a better line. So, and then we get into the description. The article really gets a little worse. Even though this is a joke and it doesn't need an in-universe justification for why this article is a limerick or presented as a limerick, the author still makes the freshman-like mistake of forcing this document to be in the form of a limerick because that's the anomaly, right? Which is really the laziest thing you can do. We see it all the time, where this has to be in blue text. This has to be, in second person, whatever. It's just a very... contrived, very lazy way to do that. With this sort of like nomenclative sort of anomaly that requires a format screw. It's a grievance I have. It's just lazy writing. I always give the contrast with SCP-4000, which is also a nomenclative document whose rules mandate a specific presentation, but that does so in a much more elegant and sophisticated way. It really takes the time to to put a lot of the craftsmanship and artisan sort of effort into getting there. This one doesn't. It just sort of like, boom. It just sort of fiats it into existence that this has to be pronounced as a limerick. So, yeah, it's just lazy. It's cliche. It's trite. There's at least one of these sort of demanding nomenclative structure sort of presentation articles every few weeks or so. I feel like it's sort of a new age trope for the wiki. People really need to up their game with this device and just push a little harder for that next level of effort with this decision and direction. So, I hate to say it, but by this point, this article from me gets I wanted to like this, but, and I did. I thought this was going to be fun, like Abba like a limerick, come on, man. You would have had to make the anomaly more original, and once again, you would have had to have done this flawlessly for it to have been a success. So it's hard to do. Kudos, on the ambition, but no cigar. So if you go to the comments here, this is like one of the best owns I think I've ever seen on the wiki. You have somebody comment. First of all, the author says, I pounded this out in a few hours. It definitely needs improvement. So kind of conceding to the criticisms, and basically people say, the limericks just aren't limericks -1. This could have used more polish and have full rhymes instead of near rhymes and follow the meter more rigorously. I don't understand what the joke is supposed to be. It's a dude who talks in limericks and makes other people talk in limericks. That's basically it. It's the thing that make people does things in a different poetic style. It's an SCP concept over a decade old and doesn't seem to be adding anything new except different kind of poetry, a different kind of poem here. It's neither amusing or interesting, which I totally agree with. That's excellent crit. And then the real cream of the crop in this section is this guy, or person, Sebkdobo. I guess is how you say that. This individual comes in and lays down a few stanzas of flawless limerick-ing. Though the premise is meant to be jokey, it's hard not to read this as hokey, as the rhymes are all half and the meter is daft, combining I am, molasses, and trochee. There's a little arrhythmia there. It's not really the rhymes that need work. Strong meter is a limerick's quirk. Read aloud what you wrote and remove all the bloat, and I'm sorry for being a jerk. I think that's so fucking good. I mean, that's way better than the article. I mean, this guy just owned this author. Like, oh my gosh. I'm sorry, author, but I would be absolutely mortified if I got owned this bad in my own comment section on my effort here. So, I mean, yeah, I think that +9 is probably... It's probably a little too kind to this. I mean, once again, you didn't nail it. I mean, it probably shouldn't be up because, this is a good idea. We need to give somebody else the chance to nail this because this didn't really do it. I mean, you're basically wasting good real estate of an idea here by keeping this up. And so now it's occupied and not anyone else can really try this again, I think, without it sort of being, too soon. But, I wanted to mention one thing about this, and then we'll go to our break. So I really appreciate you hanging out. It's been about 2 hours and 16 minutes, so it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thanks for hanging out. But just before we go to an intermission, I kind of wanted to take a second to talk about a larger point that this article brings out, and it's that the real benefit of this article, I think, is to me what it helps me demonstrate to you as a listener. So I regard containment fiction as something like a limerick. What I typically compare it to is like a haiku. That is to say that, it's a format-based style of creative writing that has specific rules that you, in my opinion, have to hit in order for it to be counted as writing in this genre, and certainly writing in it well. So when I'm sitting here writing or talking, criticizing an article about how it's not hitting clinical tone well, how it fumbles clinical tone, or how it ruins the character and the intelligence of the foundation in order to make room for a stupid one-liner joke, these criticisms of mine are analogous to, something like this article not having the proper rhythm, in a limerick. It's the equivalent of having half rhymes. These things sort of just jut out. They sort of stick out as bad machinery, bad machining, bad craftsmanship, poor understanding, poor spatial awareness of where we are and what we're doing here in writing containment fiction. So, I do have more than just aesthetic disagreements with the articles that I talk about on this show. With how they're not great or what I would like to see. Some of that is aesthetic. Some of that is just a matter of taste. But some of it is technical, which means it's more objective than the authors who I'm criticizing would probably like to admit. There are objective technical missteps that people can and often do make. And it's, one of my joys that I get to do up here to remind people of those technical points, because when you lose sight of those technical points, or you think that it's okay to bend those parameters, in order to garner something like more upvotes or a more favorable mimetic sort of response and presentation, you're really cheapening the genre and making it into something that it really isn't. It's the antithesis of going forward in the genre, in the containment fiction genre. So you're really turning it into something, I think, different, and in that way you're cheapening the effect, just as this article sort of cheapens the idea and attempt at being a limerick. In the case of containment fiction that makes technical errors, you really cheapen it back into a style of writing that isn't new, that people have been doing for hundreds and hundreds of years. So that's why I'm pretty serious about this stuff, and why I have no problem calling out, why I think an article is bad. I think there definitely are technical errors, and I'm not just talking about spelling and grammar. I'm talking about things like, completely omitting concessions and sensitivity to things like in character, believability, the suspension of disbelief. Realism, I think is a big portion of this performance art, and that really is not really appreciated or recognized by a lot of people these days. It's really sad to see. So I take it pretty seriously. I get pretty irked, when people don't even understand the fundamentals of what it is they're trying to write in. Instead, a place like SCP Wiki, they do it for the social pleasantries, something like upvotes or whatever. So that's a really, really big reason why I'm doing this. So, I appreciate this article for being here. I appreciate its sacrifice, basically dying so that I can bring out that point, because it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. And, the people are correct not to not let it pass as a limerick with so many technical flaws like that. And that's what I try to do up here. I try to remind people that they're if not objective, then very substantially, collective subjectivity sort of moments of technicality that people don't really understand the finer points of. So hopefully people get something from this cast. It's not just me, liking to hear myself talk. It's hopefully teaching people. That's really what I would like to do most in this show. Okay. Well, having said that, we got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Fuck. 16 more articles to go. And it's been 2 hours and 20 minutes. So let's take a 10-minute break. This will be an intermission. I'm going to go get some more coffee because I desperately need it. And maybe we'll get through the rest a little quicker. I'm probably going to have to start taking quicker notes. I just love getting into the gritty details of this stuff, as you can tell. But let's take a pause. And I will be back in about 10 minutes. It's about on the hour for me, 5 minutes till the top of the hour. So I'll be back around, let's say, let's take a little bit of a longer break tonight because people who are watching this ex post facto can just fast forward. So we're going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break. Okay, so I'll be back probably, little before 10 after on the hour. And then we'll pick up and finish the rest of these articles. So thanks for being with me tonight, and we'll pick it up as soon as I get back. I'll see you then. What's up? I'm back. Hope your break was good. Mine was excellent. Let's get the heck through the rest of these articles. What do you think? So we are on SCP-6139. Let's hit this up. Let's see what this is about. Okay. Okay. Not coming back to me. Let's check my notes out. Excuse me. So this is a usually invisible, emaciated human with purple skin, no hair, blades for arms, and which is paralyzed by UV lights. So the Conprox let us know that this is a relatively stationary anomaly, but that it has victims of some sort. These are designated -1 instances, and that it possesses or embodies these people, I think, or perhaps something. It does something to them. So we're already dealing in some tropes and cliches native to the SCP with this emaciated human and containment breaches mentioned in the containment procedures here. So there's an interesting logic here that prevents the Foundation from knowing the anomaly's exact behavior, as it has to the Foundation has to arrest it in order to see it. So it reminds me a lot of that uncertainty principle in quantum physics, the electron uncertainty principle, whatever that is. You can tell the brain is shutting down. No big deal. So basically what happens is that this hairless androgynous humanoid entity will designate a victim and sets after it while the victim is asleep. So if it reaches the sleeping victim, it carves a full body tattoo into their skin, or at least it tries to. It doesn't really get very far usually. It's not clear how the victim stays asleep while this thing is cutting up the person's skin. Maybe that's why it doesn't finish it usually. But it doesn't seem like there's an indication in this article that the people wake up screaming in pain, which is probably what would happen, so whatever. In any case, the Foundation hasn't really ever seen a fully realized instance of this tattoo. They note that they've tried to recreate the tattoo from fragments, but they've crossed this out, and then they direct the reader to an addendum, which we will get to, which we are promised will be exciting. So the description itself is fine. There's nothing really going wrong there. The clinical tone doesn't necessarily sing, but it's passable without any glaring issues or errors. So it's a little bit of a lukewarm article so far, with kind of a questionable anomaly. You kind of would wonder if this is the kind of thing that you would see a lot of people trying as their first article and not really doing well on. This kind of feels like it's the kind of article that wouldn't make it out of the draft. The brainstorming section of the forum, but it actually gets a little better. So next is the discovery. It tells us that the anomaly behaves somewhat like a zoo animal would in its enclosure. It sort of paces and waits around, sitting at the door, yada, yada, yada. It enacts a containment breach through poorly understood means. It can seemingly cut through whatever it wants to cut through, and then it resumes carving this Foundation operative, who is Operative Jack Fleming. He finds Jack Fleming, and 3 hours after the event, Fleming reported he had been woken up by a sharp pain on his bicep. A UV floodlight was subsequently activated in the security dormitory, and the SCP was relocated and secured in a containment chamber. There's another containment breach. This is Addendum B, and the Foundation gets a bit clever here with the recontainment efforts. And what I mean is that the anomaly seems to be a little less predictable than they thought. They try to get the agent to go into the containment chamber and kind of sleep in the containment chamber, as to draw the SCP into the containment chamber. So, and then finally, the C addendum gives us both insight into where this anomaly came from and what the attempted rune that it's trying to carve does if it is completed, which is sort of a nice 2-for-1 stroke from the author. So I like the pest-like sneaky nature of this anomaly. It sort of meshes an uncanny valley with something like bedbugs, which is terrifying if you know anything about bedbugs. They'll get you when you sleep. They're smart little devils. The discovery here is incidental and creepy, just as bedbugs would be. There's a lot of fridge horror in this Operative Jack Fleming here. Character that we get to enjoy. you kind of get this like haunting, never safe enough paranoia that this anomaly kind of instills in its victims, and that really comes through well in the article. You can sort of imagine how terrified someone would be, not only of the likely presence of this anomaly reunited with them after a containment breach, but of course the fear of turning on the artificial UV lights to confirm that suspicion. That is just really, really creepy, a really creepy place that the author puts us into. So I like the creativity in getting the -1 to sleep in the containment chamber so as to recontain the anomaly, but I'm not really sure how that would happen. I mean, could you really sleep in a containment cell when you're being told that that's how it'll be recontained? I didn't think so. The end of the article insinuates that this rune is what created the anomaly, and that carving it into other people or things is how this reproduces or adds to its numbers. But this does seem, in retrospect, like a remarkably ill-equipped way to enact replication for the anomaly. So imagine how much easier the anomaly's life and job would be if it simply could just paint blood onto people in a rune instead of carving it into their skin. So in retrospect, this seems like a pretty unintelligent design. But there's enough left unsaid here to give this plenty of headcanon, which I think helps it out. So all in all, a short, intriguing article. I was waiting for the SCP-106 cross-link or reference. That never came, probably for the best. It's not a stellar read, I think, but it's competent and has some really good creepy imagery in there. I think it deserves its slot. You know, it's short, so I do recommend to read, whether or not you are going to like it or not. I think it would be better with a little better anomaly design, making the mechanics of it a little bit more competent, as opposed to this thing that can never actually ever, hope to finish what it's supposed to be doing. And it just isn't that scary if the thing can't replicate effectively, and it hasn't done so once successfully in 7 years. That's a note we get in this, is that it's been 7 years. I can't really remember where that is. Let me see that. It's just that I'm telling you correctly. Yeah. Foundation researchers were fully able to reconstruct the glyph using over 60 incomplete reference photos obtained from over 7 years of testing. So this anomaly hasn't successfully, carved the rune and replicated itself in 7 years, in over 60 attempts. So, I mean, it's just not, it doesn't seem that, successful or effective. So it doesn't really have to be, because like I said, bed bugs, it kind of has that kind of creep factor to it. It doesn't necessarily have to, drain you for it to be really creepy. So I think definitely worth the read. Like I said, not stellar, but pretty good. The author tells us that this is somewhere between an initial article and a rewrite. So I think that's also impressive. There's some pretty good crit here. The article is a bit cliche early on, but quickly establishes itself as a good monster SCP. So I definitely agree with that. That's a really good way to put that. So SCP-6139, here it is. That's what it looks like. 21, I think, is a pretty fair rating for this. I do recommend you read this. I like this article. Thought it was pretty good. All right, 6817. What is this? Oh yeah, this one's really interesting. So 6817 is a female humanoid that is deaf, but only to human voices, and who watches Foundation security camera footage. That's interesting. So in the containment procedures, we were given some immediate interest here. So why the hell is the Foundation giving security footage to this anomaly to watch? That's a little weird. So it also plays with the free roaming around the site cliche. And yet something apparently pretty bad happens if you try to attempt to communicate with this thing in sign language. So it seems already like a pretty bad design for this to be a potential, and then also let the thing roam around the site. So, yeah. And then the anomaly itself, we get to the description. Once again, it's kind of an interesting anomaly. It's sort of a human voice specific hearing loss. Everything else, this anomalous female humanoid can hear just fine. It just can't hear human voices. So this is a very interestingly specific anomaly, I think. And then as we read, this person is formerly known as Esther Namwell. and is the daughter of head researcher Dr. Annie Comwell. So it's somebody's daughter at the Foundation. That's interesting as well. And then the second paragraph really gets a little bit repetitive, at which the point the SCP lost the ability to hear human voices. That's kind of already been said a few times, and then it shows up there again, kind of unhelpfully. The third paragraph here doesn't really start off well, saying Dr. Annie Comwell brought SCP into Foundation care under the notion that it was suffering from Meniere's disease. This doesn't make a lot of sense. Once again, this is me being a snob on the medical side of things, but more so it's me being a snob about the in-universe believability of this. So Meniere's disease is just a otitis externa. It's just or interna, I should say. It's just an infection of the ear canal. It's an infection. It's pretty common. It's easily treated with antibiotics. So it's not really clear why Dr. Amy Comwell would bring her daughter to an anomalous doctor, someone at the Foundation. This doesn't make a lot of sense. There's no reason that the character wouldn't have brought her daughter to simply a primary care physician. It could have easily been added in here that was first attempted, I think, but that perhaps the condition baffled medical experts, and so the researcher finally and desperately turned to the Foundation with concern that there might be something anomalous going on, and that's exactly what they found. But instead, we cut straight to going to Foundation doctors as a sort of plot convenience. She was going in for a simple ear infection, and it turned out to be anomalous. So what are the odds? There's some questionable clinical tone throughout here. For example, any words perceived to be redacted in quotes. I don't really know why that's in quotes. I mean, might as well take them away. This continues in a confused manner, I think. So it ineffectively mixes typed speech with spoken speech. So there's this line, communication with SCP is currently impossible as any words typed or written up are unable to be perceived by the SCP, and instead, quote-unquote, black bars are placed where the words should be. So typed, did they remove typed up? Typed or written up. There it is. Typed or written up. That's just bad clinical tone. And then I don't really know why this is there. You can explain that clinically without making this a strange quote. And then we read on. This is where the article, I think, gets pretty interesting. So even Braille has this effect. So it goes into, it's pretty clever, first of all, where the author, has the wherewithal to bring in Braille as a potential form of communication and explain how it is that this would be affected as well. And it does so by really reducing the Braille in a tactile fashion into just a homogeneous surface. So I thought that was pretty inventive and pretty impressive creative reach on the part of the author there. So the first addendum, I do like how these are not numbered. That's pretty cool. Don't know if that's intentional or not. But the first addendum goes into why sign language is also a bad idea. And the reader can piece together why, given the just supplied anomalous effects that are at play with the Braille. So if trying to communicate in Braille modifies the actual Braille, the surface of it, it makes it to where you can't understand the Braille, then what might happen when somebody tries to use sign language? Those dots are not connected explicitly by the author, but I think that's a really good move. It really leaves the reader to do that, and I think it's pretty effective, actually. So I like that. Just a nice mix of information and ambiguity there. Just the right mix. It's understated by the author, like I said, but it comes through very clearly and is a good use of suggestion, show, don't tell. It also throws a bit of a tearjerker into this, as the anomaly's mother continuously tries to communicate through sign language, despite it causing her a lot of pain in the form of broken bones. So that's really kind of touching. I think it's really subtle as well, but really good, really good emotional intelligence on the part of the author. And then the last addendum is something that briefly mentions the anomaly's psychological state, but I'm not really sure why that's here. We can imagine well enough that the person must be pretty traumatized and supremely isolated. I, on the one hand, get why they allow her to roam, but if she's having panic attacks and things like this, it's probably not the smartest thing to do to let her roam the site, where people could mistakenly try to communicate with her. And then, once again, it's not at all quite clear why they let her watch security footage from the Foundation. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So, yeah, I think it's a thoughtful anomaly that puts a spin on some old ideas in just the right way to make it sort of impressive and smooth. There are several moments of questionable clinical language and also some inclusions here that are unnecessary and I think bog up the read. Notably, the whole last addendum, for example, should probably be removed. Don't think it adds much. We do have a lot of repeated information at times, but all these things really come down to polish, which this article I think does need some more of, but probably should have been drafted maybe one more time by another person just to pass another set of eyes over it. But otherwise, I think it's a very clever justification of some old cliches, and it does a really good job of affecting some emotions of isolation, utter desperation, familial bonds, and slight compassion on the part of the Foundation. So all in all, kind of little cute in some ways anomaly. Cute is not the right word for this anomaly. It's sort of emotionally engaging and sort of emotionally investing to read this anomaly. Quite gut-wrenching, actually, in some ways. So, yeah, I think it would have been interesting to have gone into a little more of the mechanics. Like, for example, if a noise is played behind someone speaking, does she still hear the noise? I don't know. Maybe could have gone somewhere with that. But anyway, so the comments on this article tell us that this once had a cross-reference to 3001, and this sort of tied into Red Reality's characters. And we see from this comment and the reply from the author that it was recommended that those things were removed. So I think that's probably a good idea. I think this article would have been much worse if we had read it try to sort of force itself to be familial with the characters in SCP 3001. So I'm pretty ambivalent on the read on the whole. If you have time, I would recommend it just because it's not long. I think 18 is a fair rating for this one. So that's SCP 6817. All right, 6797. What is this? Oh yeah. Okay, so this just a quick description. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one. This is a well that a mechanical entity emerges out of to retrieve notes that anyone leaves or drops into the well, and responds to that person with a handwritten note. I'm not going to go into this because this has already been a pretty long stream. This is a decently long article, and we have to do an author disclosure here. Bluefoot is I think I've read 3 Bluefoot works in the past few weeks since doing this. There was the SCP-6949, which is the money doesn't grow on trees. There's the SCP-6496, which is the Papa Roach at Site 47. And the one from last week, SCP-6953, which was sort of like that, help me, joking, let's chat, help me kind of researcher who is typing into the documentation. And I think all of these have been either pretty mundane or quite bad, in my unfortunate opinion. That's not to pick on the author, but it's just to put things out there that might affect my review. As you know, I try to be as impartial as possible, and wouldn't be able to do that without giving you a full disclosure as to what the author's decision to include their own name in the read of the article means for the review. So just because I haven't read something from an author that I like doesn't mean that I won't. That happens all the time. I'm always excited to read something from an author who has not previously impressed me, but who ends up impressing me quite a lot. That happened just last week to somebody. But it just should tell you that an author announcement doesn't always work in the way that you want it to. It doesn't always favor. It doesn't always prime the read to be a positive thing. In fact, I hate to say it, but seeing this author in this article, I wasn't very excited to read this article. And I don't want to go into it because, like I said, this stream is going to get very, very long. But this is not a good article. It's the Conprocs are Lego. They're plug and play. The anomaly is really kind of cartoonish all the way through. It's definitely Neo-Lol Foundation. The characterization is not something that can take the Foundation seriously. There's a lot of sort of tone issues in this, overcomplicated tone that doesn't make any sense, that kind of gives the impression that the author is trying to write above their writing level. We have a really kind of dull ending that's supposed to be kind of haha funny. There's not a lot of character logic in this. It's just one of those articles that makes the Foundation kind of dumb. I hate to be harsh like this, but it's not just the author. So, I mean, if you go through this article and you look at what everything is bad in here, you're left scratching your head, not just because of the author, but, also the critters, because this thing was obviously subjected to critique before it was put on the wiki. So, when I say an article is bad like this, it's not just a admonition of the author. It's the critters. Where were the critters? Why didn't the critters pick up on this stuff? Where are the voters? This thing is sitting at plus 22. That's as good as some of the articles that we've read this week that are absolutely excellent. So where are the critters? Where are the voters? Why are they doing this? This is just as much, sort of a comment about those parts of the site as it is the author. It's just a bad article. I really wouldn't recommend this read. The title of it is well, that advice was very handy, and the anomaly is a hand. It's that kind of stuff all the way through. Let me just point out a couple things for you so that I'm not just looking like a total idiot, total asshole here. You have things like after 2.7 seconds, which it doesn't make any sense. Why is somebody measuring, with a stopwatch, the millisecond as to the timing here? The anomaly, when the anomaly is discovered, it's doing stupid things like reading a book that has the title, Let's Take a Breather, A Guide to Anger Management and Anxiety. There's really bad clinical tone all over this thing. The shape and size of these areas suggest that they were created by a human fist striking the stone, although this is unlikely, as previous data shows that human fists are ineffective when striking stone structures in attempts to create uneven areas similar to what is shown in the footage. It's a really, really bad sentence. You have these experiment logs that are filled with a lot of fillers. The grammar has some problems here. The iron bars obstructing the large opening in the center of the SCP was temporarily removed when it should say the iron bars were temporarily removed. Let's see. There's like a your mother joke in here. I'm inside your mother. How many meters of water are at the bottom of this well? And the SCP responds, however many meters, I'm inside your mother. So it's. I hope you start to get an idea of this. It's just really gaudy characterization. It's incredibly poor design of an anomaly. It's just a very, in my opinion, a really, really poor article. So that's just my opinion of it, and I do not recommend you go read this. But if you want to, people seem to have liked it somehow. So check it out, and I'll continue to look at this author and be interested to find an article that is good. I'm certain that this author is going to write something good, because the author certainly is trying. It's a pretty common author that we see here. So I do encourage that author. I know that they're going to write something really good one day, and I'll be very happy to read it when that time comes. Okay, so SCP-6838, what is this? This is a mysterious UFO force that killed a Nova Scotia resident in the woods. I think this is a really interesting article. I definitely think that you should go read this. It includes some Parawatch. You can see the format here. It follows a typical Parawatch sort of formula, which is that, the Foundation stumbles across someone talking about a pretty ambiguous and vague anomaly on the Parawatch forums, and then they sort of adopt that as outsourcing of an anomalous discovery and some of the initial information about the anomaly here. So, I think this is another article that doesn't capitalize the Foundation very often. Looks like it went back and fixed those things. That's nice to see. They still missed one, but all of these Foundation instances used to be lowercase, so it's nice to see that they corrected that. And then my only big problem with this article is that the description tells us something that the reader is sort of asked to take on faith. So, for example, this bullet point says that SCP was almost certainly responsible for the death of this -1, who is this resident of Nova Scotia, Gregory Moore. And it really isn't explained how this is known or why it is so sure. This kind of continues all the way throughout the article, and by the end of it, we basically are given the information that we should think that this SCP is certainly responsible for the death of this individual because of just a few instances of anecdotal evidence. One person thinking that they saw somebody on a road, and another couple thinking that they heard a second set of footsteps in a cabin. So it just doesn't really live up and meet the moment of this surety that's expressed here. And so that was something that I was really confused about the whole read, and that never really resolved itself. So that's a shame. But yeah, I think the pacing of this is really nice. It really gives that very sort of ethereal feel of being alone in the woods. It sort of has this X-Files type vibe of being in the woods and sort of this UFO-like entity sort of hovering and sort of watching you. The whole thing is nicely paced with a believable narrative, sort of this stepwise tracing of the events leading up to a death of this resident. It's really sharp storytelling, and by the end has induced some really creepy vibes that have the potential to make your hair stand on end. So there's an escalation here. It climaxes very nicely, and obviously in the death of this individual. But yeah, it's a real nice bit of horror, real nice bit of character perspective that really introduces a lot of the horror here. The author is real fluent in pacing and tone. There's good clinical descriptions in this thing throughout. Excellent sense of direction in this article. The placement, I think, is likewise very artful with the right turns in the data to make it sort of unsettling. The logic of the anomaly is left very aerial. It doesn't really give you the on-the-ground details of how what happened went down exactly. But it's a good decision, I think. It sort of gives this article an unearthly feel that really is congruous with the anomaly here. So, yeah, aside from that one note about, I'm not sure why the Foundation is so assertively sure that this was a death by this anomaly. It doesn't really seem to have gathered the appropriate justification or evidence for that claim, even by the end of it. Besides from that, I think this is a really, really good article. It sort of weaves feelings of forest solitude or the feeling of being alone in the woods with sort of narrative flourishes and the most sort of remote scenes out of something like X-Files. It also captures that amateur Parawatch point of view very well. So I think it's just a solid article that has a few small flaws, but on the whole, I think it's a very satisfying and thankful read. I think it's a shame there's really not a lot of discussion on this. There isn't more commentary on this. I think it's a shame. I think I don't appreciate the author doing this in the post, flinging out other works that they've done, but I guess that's kind of common practice on the SCP these days. Let me see if I can point anything out for the author here. I think that's really it. Like I said, the clinical tone was pretty polished. I didn't really see a lot of errors in here. I think the best part was maybe this voicemail that was left. It's just really pointed. There's really just this, like I said, really sort of very well-timed additions, like this child laughter coming in at the end, the individual knowing that this is somehow going to be a goodbye, the foreknowledge of that goodbye. It just really is nice when it comes to the building of the tension and sort of bubbling this. And it's relatively short. The end, I think, is interesting. You have these sort of recovered photos from the deceased person's phone, which show, pretty uninformative but atmospherically crisp shots of the backlit woods. If there's more detail in here than just interesting little pictures, I'm not really seeing them. Of course, they're small and they're sort of low fidelity, but I think that sort of adds to the vibe. But if there's something more here that I'm supposed to see, I don't see it. But having said that, I think they're nicely done little photos, a nice way to end in the article. So I think the biggest problem the article has is the logic, that it's just so sure of this conclusion and it doesn't really justify it. But ultimately, in the end, this is a good article. It's so much better than the last article and only has 2 more upvotes. It's just sad to see. It's just sad to see that. But this is way better than the previous article. Okay, SCP 6357. Okay. I could have sworn we just read this one, but it's different. They look the same, don't they? So this is an anti-memetic cabin that houses an unaging man who has a very specific literary quest. So that's a really interesting way to start off an anomaly, I know, in an article. But so this article has some good points. The containment procedures talk about how it's a self-containing anomaly. I love it when articles can justify self-containment. That's always a fun little trick. I think it does that pretty well here. And the rest of the conprocs are kind of Lego-like, but that's just fine, because I think the first sentence really sells the conprocs, I think, pretty well. The description introduces us to this cabin and does some scene setting with amenities therein, and it has some anomalous features mixed in as well. For example, there's a fireplace which will automatically light via anomalous means. There's a study area that remains permanently lit through anomalous means. So kind of sets the stage for you there, which is kind of nice, I think. I like the uninvolved discovery that's in this. So basically this anomaly ends up being just an incidental finding while someone from the Foundation is looking for another SCP. So I like that. It adds a lot of intrigue to it, more than what would be there if we got a more, like tailored discovery section. I think that's pretty cool. And then we meet the Dash A, who is this unaging man, and the individual gives himself an epithet. So the male humanoid entity refers to itself as the chronicler of the forgotten stories. And this kind of reminds me of earlier when we were talking about that hexagon article where it's the six-sided one. I think we could find a better epithet for this. In fact, I think we could probably do away with it, because the story and the writing of this article tells us this without such an explicit signal, such an obvious tell. Sort of reminds me of that flaw in the Ekranak article that we saw this week. I think this is the same thing. It probably could be and should be removed. But I do love the direction that the anomaly takes at this point, which is certainly the crux of the article. The rest of this article is really a vehicle for this moment. And so it's this line right here. The Dash A claims to be assigned by an unknown third party with the task of completing all unfinished written works of fiction ever created by human beings. So this is a really, really good germ for an article. It doubtless came from somebody pondering about all the stories that must be unfinished in the world, and it made some very novel conceptual ground starting from that point and arriving here at this cabin in the woods. I think as the article progresses, really at the interview, things get a little rocky. We get really an overly abrasive character and an Agent Carlson here who is asking pretty dumb questions, I think. This Agent Carlson is told to ask these questions by their supervisors. For example, I'm sorry to disturb you, but my superiors have instructed me to ask you some questions. And the first one is, who are you? And then, of course, the intro to this interview tells us that this is 2 years after this man was discovered. And so it's a little odd that they're only asking who this man is 2 years after they knew about this man. It seems like that's something that they would probably know already. And out of universe, it is something we already know because the article has already told us this, and then just kind of repeats that in the interview. That's really where the interview sort of sags the article down, is because all of these questions really dance around the data that we're already told earlier on in the article. So, the -A instance guy here also responds with this epithet again, the chronicler of the forgotten stories. So once again, I don't think that the earlier instance of this needs to be there at all. And the interview kind of goes on this way. Like I said, you really get a bad character in this. I think you get this mean guy who's forced to complete these endless reams of fan fiction and what must be crappy half stories. And unfortunately, the characterization is taken in probably the most awkward direction. So instead of being like, resentful of that, like, what did I do to deserve this hell? Because it must be a hell. Instead, the guy is like thrilled. He's in love with the process of finishing all of these crappy half stories and doesn't want to be disturbed by anybody. Least of all the Foundation. So it's just odd that the person is so isolated in this task that's not very well explained or justified by the author. And then when the opportunity to have any sort of like saving grace of an interaction with anyone comes around, the guy basically comes off as a Scrooge-like bah humbug kind of response, and it just isn't really well justified. We're supposed to believe that this -A is a literarily heroic figure and just loves doing this for the sake of completing fiction, when I can't really find a way to reconcile that with any respectable sense of realism. There's not really a good flow in this interview. The discussion is choppy, segmented portions not flowing into one another. It's just basically the agent just kind of almost robotically goes through these questions. There's no follow-up questions, barely any of those. And then the worst part about this article, I think, unfortunately, is that when it's time to get to the only real intriguing thing about the setup, which is, we already read it, which was that, this -A claims to be assigned by an unknown third party. See interview log -A. So we're reading this -A going like, okay, so, who is making this person do this? Who could be tasking this person with doing that? And so when the moment finally comes and Agent Carlson says, "May I ask who assigned you to complete this task?" This is all we get. This is all the author puts here. The -A turns around to stare at Agent Carlson, saying no forcefully before turning back around to resume writing. And then this robotic character, Agent Carlson, just immediately moves on to the next question, doesn't push back at all. And it's a very odd direction to go in. Is there anything my superiors can do to assist with your assignment? Like, it's odd in a few ways. One, there's no real reason why the Foundation would be interested in helping this guy. Doesn't really have any invested interest in completing partial fan fictions. And then second, the perpetuity of this human's task is, as we've read, in part what keeps itself so contained. It's self-contained by the fact that this thing doesn't ever finish its work. So I don't really understand why there would be any incentive at all for the Foundation to try to assist in this assignment when it's the perpetuity of that assignment that keeps this individual self-contained. By the end, I mean, there's just like serious questions of motive, serious questions of characterization. They're just zipping past the article that really unnoticed, I think, by the author, so that's a shame. And then, is there anything we can do to assist you with your assignment? And the -A says, yes, there's one extremely important thing that I require of you and your superiors. And then Agent Carlson eagerly leans in, with a hand to the cheek, eager to hear, what could that be? And then the -A says, get out of my house. Stop bothering me. So basically just the old man, curmudgeon, showing up again as the ending of the article. So, I mean, this is a short little article. I think it got started in a really great direction. The anomaly is interesting. I love the self-containment effect. I love this idea of like what happens with all this unfinished fiction out there. Like that's a really great place to start with an article and with an anomaly. But we even get a really nice line in here that kind of is the tell. An abandoned universe is a terrible thing, says this chronicler of fan fictions. But it just doesn't really do enough for anything, in my opinion, with those good ingredients, and really by the end has sort of wrecked those ingredients, I think, into really a bummer of an article. The characterization, the dialogue, particularly the interview, is clearly the weak point of this article, in my opinion, and it sinks the interest of the anomaly that we started off with. We're left with an ending that didn't really know what to do with itself, so it just leaned on the only thing around, which happened to be a pretty shoddily and hastily constructed character that makes less sense the more you allow yourself to think about it. So even though it's short, I can't really recommend this article at all. So the author says, there's a lot of half-finished stories on the internet that will never see completion. What if someone was out there finishing them? So, unfortunately, the inspirational question here to the article is more interesting itself than the article itself. The author also attempts to explain the character. So the -A's demeanor is inspired by whatever this is, mysterious ancient sage who talks in riddles. It's been done many times before, so I thought, fuck you, I'm busy would be a good twist. So it's nice to know that this is a twist on something, but, that's only if you are familiar with this thing, I guess. So it might be refreshing in relation to that, but honestly, removed from this, it sort of acts as a double negative that factors out any novelty of this, and unfortunately just comes off as really flat, really uninteresting characterization. So, but people seem to like this, so that's nice to see. Observer September, I think, is better than this. I was a little shocked, a little surprised to see that this is a veteran author who wrote this. I would have expected a little more, honestly. I think they're better than this. So don't form your opinion of Observer September off of this. I think Observer September is a really good author. All right, so SCP XXXXJ, which was doubtless going to be done at some point, and finally it was done. This is a joke article that is really about the crit process at the SCP Wiki. The thrust of it is that it's a draft that was submitted to crit from fellow SCP Foundation employees. So each one adds their 2 cents and does so in different colors. We have a collapsible that's sort of a legend that tells us the different colors as they coordinate to the different color coding in the article. So this is like an absolute mess. As you can see, it's barely readable. It's very abrasive on the eyes. It's sort of like a collaborative Google document gone wrong. That somebody tried to swallow after chewing on for a little bit and then threw back up. But that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point of the joke. So, it's supposed to be sort of a jab at how anybody who's ever gotten crit on the SCP Wiki sort of understands how it feels to be sort of, pulled by in several different directions at once. It's really kind of a clever joke that captures one of those cultural experiences unique to the SCP Wiki. Sometimes getting crit from a bunch of people, which you have to do in a lot of cases, it can feel like you're being drawn and quartered, with four horses pulling you in different directions. It also kind of pokes fun at people being a little too microscopic with their crit. So there are some kind of cute, fun jokes in here, like this one part up here where there was so much crit that, considering the quantity of corrections made, RACA determined that it would be effectively plagiarism to credit the editors as such. So that's kind of funny. There's actually an anomaly here as well that has to do with a toothbrush. That's kind of interesting too. So, this article has a couple things going for it. I think the regurgitated rainbow presentation here, really, really sets the challenge high for the article to overcome, because it's just very difficult to look at. It's really hard to read because it's like, everything's crossed out. There's different colors. It's impossible to keep track of who's saying what. Don't even try. And then some of these corrections result in more errors, like you have strike-through sections that don't really have correct spacing around them, like in that case right there that's highlighted. So, I mean, it's obviously part of the joke, but it still doesn't make this any less difficult to kind of read through. So it kind of seems to be all over the place without being really funny, in my opinion. It's sort of a ha funny or a I see what you did there kind of funny. It's not really a lol kind of funny or a chuckle funny even. But, you know, jokes are highly subjective things. So I definitely recommend you read this. It's very brief and, you know, people seem to like it. It's certainly unique. I don't think you're ever going to see an article quite like this. So, I mean, you know, sure, you know, give it a read. Give it a read. I think it's decent. All right. SCP-6282. This one is at -4. It was at -1 when, or actually, I think it was at 0 when I read it. I don't think we're going to go through this one. It seems to have trended downwards into sufficiently negative where I don't think we need to do this. I don't necessarily think this is a very good article either, so let's just skip that one. How about? That'll make life easier. SCP-6974. Here it is. This is an old German camera that produces a flash from an unidentified source. This is a nice picture. I'm surprised this picture is CC. It has some serious SCP Series 1 vibes. I don't mean that in a terrible way. I don't mean that in a positive way either. The conprocs, I think, tell us here that... let me get to my notes real quick. This is to be kept in minimal security conditions. And then it also, in a very interesting move, sort of casts this as specific to couples. So couples are centric to this anomaly. I think the formatting of the containment procedures is a bit claustrophobic. I think you could probably have used a page break in here just to kind of separate the block of text, but that's not really that big of a deal. This article does some really bold things. Let me just point these out to you because they're easy to miss. First of all, it uses this. Speaking of Series 1, it uses the whole 1 with a parenthetical explaining the number. But what's really bold about this is, if you notice, this is inverted. So usually it's spelled out 1 and the parentheses contains the number. So usually you would have it like this: 1, 1. You know, 10, 10. Right. So you'll notice here that's reversed. And I think this is bold because I've said this several times in the past. This is actually the correct way to do that. This is something that the SCP Wiki got wrong initially, and what will grow crooked, you know, often doesn't grow straight ever again. And that's really what happened with the SCP Wiki back in Series 1. They started doing this because that's what, you know, that's kind of something they picked up on in like official documentation. But you know, the correct way to do it is to spell out the number in the parentheses. And the reason for doing that is because you can easily make an error in the numbers. You know, let's say you do 1.0. Well, it would be good to parenthesis that and write out 1. Let's say you're trying to write 10, but you accidentally write 100 because you made a typo. That can be a very impactful typo in situations like this. So it makes a lot more sense to write out the word 10 in parentheses just in case there's a typo or confusion. That's really what we see on things like if you've ever written a check before. That's why they have you write out in words the numbers, because the numbers can be easily messed up and the words are a lot less easily messed up. So this is actually the correct way to do it, and I haven't seen that. I don't think ever. You know, I'm not saying this is the first time it's happened. It's just that that's always something that I've had my eye on and that I've never seen anyone do. So not only is it bold to bring back that Series 1 sort of, you know, device here, but to actually reverse it, I think is pretty bold. So this person is critically thinking, and I love to see it. It's not really common. And then speaking of bold, another bold move is that after the conprocs, but before the description, we get the discovery section, which is called here Discovery and Acquisition. Yeah, I really like this idea. I've never really thought about this before, so this article is really getting me to think about this. But I like the idea of the discovery section between the conprox and the description, because it sort of builds up the context for the reveal that we'll get in the description as to what this anomaly actually is. So it sort of acts like the conprox acts. And it makes sense to put them right there. It's just nothing that I've seen before. It certainly isn't common. So, and then the last really bold thing is that this author who must love Series 1 decides to term amnestics as amnesiacs, which if anybody has been on the SCP Wiki for a long time knows that was kind of how they did it back in the day before it was more standardized. So, this article is pretty ballsy, just on the get-go here. So we get to the description. It's a camera. It really has like this old school vibes of mixing prose with the format. So for example, there's this long section that's like a testimony. But basically what's going on here is that there's this flash that happens with no discernible origin from the camera, and that the flash sort of happens despite how you're looking at the camera too. So if you're looking at the camera through a glass or whatever, like some sort of medium, it doesn't actually diminish the impulse of the flash as your eyes see it. And as the conprox told us, this is specific to couples. So if a couple shows up in the frame of the picture while a picture is being taken, then this flash occurs. But if it's not a couple, then the flash doesn't occur. So I want to take a second to appreciate this image that's here. It's actually of a Reddit post. So I don't know if this is like just a staged Reddit post that this author actually did somewhere. I doubt it. I think it's either code or kind of pieced together. But either way, this is really convincing. It's a very faithful representation of Reddit. And there's a really good amount of like detail specific to photography in here. So this is just kind of a photographer nerd's delight in here. And there's even some humor in here too. So go check that out. I think it's just a really good job by the author doing that. But yeah, so I would say all in all, this is a really interesting article that really does some excellent things. So one of the best things that it does is display sort of an ongoing vibe of relationships, and it uses the anomaly really, really well as a vehicle to develop some sort of relationships in this article. Basically, you get this flash that transports people to an alternate dimension that's sort of infinite, and gives them a good time, a chance to have a great time together at a theme park. And no one's in the theme park, it's just the couple. So it's sort of like this romantic fantasy that I think a lot of people have had, that sort of like harkens back to childhood, where any kid who's ever visited a theme park just thinks about how cool it would be to be there alone in some ways, all to yourself kind of thing. And to couple that with a romantic interest, obviously, is I think a pretty effective emotional hook, a pretty effective way to get the reader sort of involved closely into this article from an emotional and from a nostalgic point of view. There are some errors in this, like for example, there's a portion in the description that talks about how big this thing is. You see it down here. Testing has shown the park to be at least 1,237,943 kilometers by this. When you really don't need to list out the numbers like that, you should either use scientific notation, which would be like 1.2 times 10 to the 7th kilometers, or you could use a higher order, a higher magnitude of metric here. So instead of kilometers, you could do something like megameters, just get a higher prefix going to that meter and avoid these needlessly difficult numbers here. It also describes this camera as sentient. I think it's an incorrect way to use sentient, because it demonstrates very clearly that the camera can tell a difference based on what has been spoken if the couple it's taking a picture of is actually romantically invested in one another or not. So, for example, there's this couple that shows up that aren't really together, and then picture is taken, there's no flash, and then the couple in a testing sort of log announce that they're going to go on a date together to dinner, and then they take another picture, and the camera decides to produce a flash at that point. So it sounds as though this isn't a sentient camera. It sounds like it's probably sapient because it has a pretty nuanced understanding of language. It's apparently listening. So there's just small things like that all over this article that just prevent it from being really super polished. But there's some really, really great clinical tone in here, and I think the imagery of this article is really its strength. So, for example, although there is no sun, stars are visible in the night sky and appear to be significantly larger and or closer than our Milky Way. However, the stars that are seen correlate to no known star patterns and seemingly randomize their static positions at the start of every night. So I just think this is just the author does a really good job of setting this very intriguing image of this place that I think most everybody reading it kind of wants to learn more about and wants to kind of be in as well. Another error that the article does over and over again is that thing where we see the lumping of a specific quote to what is a collective designation of people. This happens a lot in SCP. I don't know why people do this, but SCP-A and -B can report feeling a bit peckish after not eating for some time. I mean, so there's two people here that are given one line, one direct quote, and this happens over and over. There's a group of people that this article says have described this thing in one way. So anytime you have a specific quote in quotations and you've attributed it to more than one person, that's always going to be an awkward thing to do, because we would necessarily have to believe that every single person said the exact same sequence of words as a quote. That just doesn't make any sense. So this article does that a couple of times. There's a couple of nice addenda here. There's an exploration log. This is really sort of a candid camera on what becomes a date. And I think the author really shines here because the author starts off with what is just a test, essentially, of people who kind of are awkward with one another. And then by the end of this, we sort of see them have a good time, and the author does this very convincingly. And I think it's just a very, very it's an accomplishment to really get to the point where after the end of this video log, you actually feel like these people actually like each other. It's hard to do that because you have to have genuine dialogue, you have to have believable direction in the activities that they're doing, and you have to have some chemistry in these characters. It's not easy to do. Not everybody can do that, and so you really end this log sort of rooting for this couple, and so that's really impressive to me. I think the author did a really good job. The next thing is an interview log that's post-expedition, and there's a really interesting part about this. So, so I'm not a huge fan of this like green thing, but whatever. We'll just get over that. It does remind me of strong bad emails, so that's pretty cool. But there's some really, really good dialogue in here. I think the thing that I like most about this interview log is that the interviewer is trying their hardest to get out of this researcher who just went on this date, right? If they like this other researcher, and they're doing this for for description purposes, for research purposes, and so you get these really clever, really enjoyable moments in this. Where the person who went on the date is trying to retain some dignity, they're trying to not spill the beans about their feelings for somebody else. But you have this other character who's pushing and trying to sort of insensitively invade the person's romantic privacy all over. Let's see if I can find an example of that. I think it's really, really good. Before we get to that, though, there's a character in this that I think has some really good lines. You're a researcher. You know well enough how many things look perfectly normal until they aren't. You broke substantial protocols that are in place to keep you safe. So this is just good stuff to see. This is a really competent characterization of the Foundation. This is not a reprimand. Please don't feel the need to defend yourself. I understand why you kept it. We're just making sure there's no influence outside of normal behavior. Oh, this is a good line. Okay, here we go. Where is this? Come on, guy. And before entering the anomaly, you had no feelings of romantic intent for this other character, and then this interviewee is silent. Excuse me. And then the interviewee says, please don't make me say it. And the guy says, for the record, please. And then the character who went on the date says, yeah, the permanent, undeletable record that the entire facility has access to. So it's just funny. This person is trying their hardest to, retain some dignity when it comes to their romantic interests. And this person who's doing the interview just will not have it. So I think there's one other. Anyway, I think this is really, really great. So there's a part in this where it makes it very explicit that this whole thing, this whole anomaly, this whole setup, the whole conprox, the whole flash mechanism, everything is set up to focus on the romantic evolution of these characters. And so there's this line right here: the anomaly was nothing more than an excuse for us to finally go on a date. And so that kind of speaks, out of universe as well, where at the SCP Wiki these days, there's really this mantra of, the anomaly as a vehicle, the anomaly as a canvas to something else, to a story, to a character. And I don't always agree with that mantra, but this is a really, really, really good example of that. And it's sort of explicitly stated here as if leaning on the fourth wall just a little bit too. So, anyway, this interview is a really, really good interview. I think the dialogue is excellent. The characterization is excellent. It can get a little ditzy at times, I think, but it's just so good. There's so many great little moments in there that the sort of things that you wish you would have thought of if you're a writer. So the article finishes with some visitation logs. I think up until this point, the article has been really great. Like I said, this has been a very enjoyable anomaly. I really enjoyed the boldness that's happening here. The fidelity of this picture is big. The setting is just so compelling. It's so nostalgic. It automatically just hugs everybody in this emotional sort of pleasantry by its setting in a theme park. And then we get this wonderful date that really does a lot of good realistic convincing. You can really feel the charisma and the chemistry of the characters. This is a fantastically insightful interview with excellent characterization and just some really down-to-earth and realistic forces, sort of, going at one another, punching. And then we get to these visitation and experiment logs, and I think the article just absolutely takes a nosedive. It's a real shame. So basically there's different types of testing going on here, D-class, damage testing. So they basically try to figure out what happens if one person tries to kill another person, which is just a really odd thing to do. Animal testing goes on here with some Neo-Lol Foundation sort of stuff going on here with the people talking about, kind of dumb things. At one point, a D class is killed by the Foundation because they tried to run away while they were in this extra dimensional space. And so you get this really odd twist, this odd turn towards the Foundation being these really cold individuals. And it's not wrong, but it just following what we've already done with these really soft, these really emotional, these really gentle themes and colors, suddenly we get this really abrasive behavior. There's this really strange section in here where someone tries to be romantic with a plant and it doesn't go well, and so there's this really stupid section here. Researcher Micah placed a bowl of petunias in front of SCP with another bowl of petunias from their desk, stating, "I just want to know the truth," and a flash event occurred, obviously insinuating that there's some romantic connection between these two bowls of petunias. And the comment is that cheating, I guess, bitch, by this researcher, which is just, it's just ridiculously silly. The article really tries to take this suddenly comedic tone at the expense of everything that it's worked really hard and done a very good job of building up at this point. And it is just unapologetically displays the Foundation as kind of ridiculous and stupid. It's just such an awful note to throw in here. It's just completely out of place. So I think the author really made a bad decision here. I think it probably explains why this isn't doing as well as it could have done. So all in all, I think the article captures this sort of puppyish kind of freedom, the sort of limitless joy that you would feel as a kid visiting a theme park and having, a fantastical time of having the place all to yourself or yourself in a romantic interest. It's really an emotional bomb of nostalgia and limerence, once again, that I think most people can connect with. And so it does a great job of capturing that, but it has this major turn at the end that I think is a problem. And in addition to that, it has a lot of other issues. There's some capitalization errors, so we get things like radio check, like this is an odd thing. The check is capitalized. I'm not really sure. We get instances of ITS apostrophe S when it should be ITS, no apostrophe S. There are instances where we should have question marks at the end of the sentence, but we have periods. Here's another example of improper capitalization. We have camera equipment. The word camera is capitalized. There's another instance, let's stick to dry rides. That let's should have an apostrophe in it. There's a couple instances of pretty flabby clinical tone in here, with branches going off in different directions is bad. Some of the paragraphs lack punctuation. We have incomplete sentences in this article. You get the idea. So I think the major problems with this article is that it's completely unpolished. There's really, really good structure here. There's good bones. There's good decisions. There's good directions, but it just is riddled with spag issues like all over the place. And like I said, just structurally, the end of this article just completely collapses in on itself. I have no idea why the author decided to include this. I think the article would be excellent if you just cut it right here and just didn't include anything else. So the first things I mentioned, all those spag issues, those are relatively fixable. There's a lot of them, so it's not an easy fix, but one at a time, they certainly are easy to fix. It is a heartwarming article. It's a little bit longer than it needs to be, but I think it is a worthwhile read. It's a nice educational study also on how a good article can be ruined by going too far or not knowing when to quit or just throwing incompatible tones together. There's just a lot of off notes that show up in this last addendum, this experimentation and visitation log that it just sours the whole performance. I mean, it's like listening to a beautiful song and then at the end, a different singer comes in and can't sing. It's just like, okay, so yeah, the first like half of the song was great, but anyway, lively discussion going on here. And a couple of good. This is a first SCP, so that's something else that should be mentioned. I think this is a pretty damn good first SCP, so good on that. And then kudos to Suburvos, who goes into just a ton of detail, kind of pointing out some of these, polish errors. Like this is the kind of stuff that we should have taken care of in the draft process. So I mean, this article just feels, not quite polished enough. So that's really my criticism of it. But I think all in all, this is a really, really great read. Particularly everything above the experimentation and visitation logs is really, really good. And so given that this is the first article by the author, I'm really excited to see more from this person. All right, SCP-6384. This interestingly decorated article is a virus that infects metals. It's not showing up here, but on mobile, the background is really odd. It has like a nebula. I don't know why it's there. It doesn't make any sense. But it looks like it's been cleaned up a little bit, maybe. I don't know. But we have a very interesting image here. I like the formatting of this, where the black background has this white text, and you have all caps for the sections. So this is a virus that infects metals. And it goes into a lot of good detail about how that happens. There's a really, really creative connection made here where when this virus infects metals, it sort of produces biological tissues. different histological components to it: muscle, fat, connective tissue, occasional manifestations of common human organs, including eyes, kidneys, spleens, appendices, and skin. And then so it really makes this excellent connection, very, very creative design here, where it says the infection of especially large metal objects such as buildings or vehicles are theorized by researchers to prompt the manifestation of more complex organs and appendages. So I think that's really, really cool. That's a really, really creative, pretty brilliant thought. So I like that a lot. Then as the description continues, this sort of ties into the Church of the Broken God. So it says that this was introduced and found in a safe house belonging to the Cogworth Orthodoxy Church in Memphis, Tennessee. So it kind of ties in the Church of the Broken God versus the Sarkicism sort of duality. It kind of insinuates, without telling you exactly, that this is sort of a manufactured metal sort of bioweapon that is conceived as an offensive attack against Church of the Broken God members who have supplanted and augmented their bodies with metal. And it's sort of meant to deconvert their metal back into flesh. So it's sort of like an offensive weapon in that way. And it actually explicitly references SCP-610 in here as well. We do get a testing log that goes through different ways to apply this to different forms of metal, and I think it's a well executed table, well executed experiment log here. So yeah, I think this is a nice little article. It's pretty fun. It takes this great and classic dichotomy of Sarkicism and Church of the Broken God and finds a way to sort of liven it up. I think the virus anomaly itself is very clever, and the purpose by testing reveal in this part of the article is pretty engaging and effective as well. It's not without its issues. There's some improper grammar here, some improper hyphenization going on. A hybrid corrosive ribonucleic orthonovirus. You don't really need that hyphen in there. I don't really know what's that doing there. We have some redundancies in the containment procedures. So infected 3 centimeter iron nails exposed to this SCP. We have lacks of proper spacing right here in the containment procedures. That should be spaced just a little bit. This is an interesting picture, but there's no apparent reason why a picture of the basement floor of a site is included. That never really comes into play as far as I understand. So it's just kind of there. It looks more at home on a place like the Liminal Archives or Backrooms, some place that really focuses on liminality would really like this picture. But as for what it's doing here in this article, I can't really say, even after having read it. The clinical tone, while focused and I think, pretty good, it kind of veers toward run-on sentences. It sort of draws out the article's rhythm, can make it a little difficult to get through. I think that cool connection that we made, probably the most interesting part of the article that I talked about, where the infection, produces more complex organs the larger the metallic structure is. Unfortunately, that's never really followed up upon. It doesn't really return. We don't really get to enter into that room, so to speak, which in my opinion promised really to be the most interesting room that this article had to offer. So I recommend the read. It's decent. It's got a classical vibe to it. Once again, really interesting way to kind of pit the Church of the Broken God and Sarkicism against one another without making it really bombastic. It's more of a subtle and understated way to do that. So I think it's a good article. It's short, pretty sweet. If you're a fan of Church of the Broken God and or Sarkicism, I think you'll like this quite a lot. All right, SCP 6779. Okay, so this article is a sock monkey toy that, by a compulsion effect, makes people want to love on it and make it happy. So it's kind of like an infant sort of mimetic effect, awe and wanting to watch it smile kind of thing. So it's kind of a format screw, as you can tell. It begins with this email from a director to the rest of the site. And this director is sort of getting on to the rest of the site for a behavioral incident that took place recently that this site director is disappointed by and embarrassed by. So the first link, if you go to that, takes you to an outdated SCP file for this guy. And like I said, we basically get a nice picture here of a sock monkey. This is pretty charming of a picture. Somehow has a ton of personality conveyed in that picture. There's a lot of lovable and huggable character in that. So anyway, basically what happens is that this little monkey, sock monkey, shows up at the outset of a site, and all of the personnel on the site are fascinated with this thing. The mimetic effect makes them want to go over and love on it and tell it how cute it is and things like this, and so that's exactly what happens. And we get down to an incident that tells us, incident nocturnal, that talks about how while this thing had made its appearance at the site, after its appearance and after it left, the site found out that it has been robbed. So that sort of introduces the drama of the article. And then the second file shows the same events, but from the perspective of what are the robbers in this situation, and it does so through CCTV. So the CCTV footage takes us through. Basically what happens is that this is a duo, this is a con artist team of a little baby sock monkey and a larger middle-aged sock monkey that has a gut and sneaks in through the back, while the baby distracts everybody so that the bigger one can go and steal a bunch of stuff from this site. And it ends up stealing a bunch of stuff that you wouldn't think is very valuable, like pens and pencils and pencil sharpeners and a snow globe and cotton swabs. And they actually steal somebody's car keys at some point too. But so the character is a little ridiculous. It's sort of described as having a small paper cutout mustache with a full face covering, and it's carrying a bag with a large green dollar sign on it. So, I mean, it kind of takes the cartoonized casting of this sort of trope, but it does so with a sock monkey, so I guess that's kind of entertaining as well. I think this portion of the article is really entertaining. It sort of details very craftily and skillfully this theft sock monkeys track through the whole site, and how the two sock monkeys are kind of in cahoots with one another, and sort of how their grift is doing. It's kind of like watching, Ocean's 11, but with sock monkeys robbing a site in some way. So it's a neat and fun article that effectively uses some cartoon sensibilities. No matter how ridiculous this section gets, it's compelling enough to keep reading. There are a couple of problems with this logistically, like for example, this middle-aged sock monkey is said to not be able to open doors as it's walking through the site, but we just saw it enter the site by throwing a brick through a window, and it later opens a vent grate so that it can hide in there for quite a while. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense why it can't open a door. Maybe it's just not tall enough, but it can throw a brick through a window, but I guess it can't open a door. I think the clinical tone of this is pretty average. There are some phrasal repetitions and some poor moments in this, like I guess it's on the other one. But anyway, it's got some issues. It's not perfect. And then I think the biggest problem with this is that this article describes the central effect here, which is this mimetic effect that causes people to go rush over and be distracted by this small little baby sock monkey. It describes that as mimetic, but also in this document, it tells how this is not really a site that is prepared for a mimetic problem. So after you've read the article, you get back out to this email from the site director, who's really ashamed and embarrassed and disappointed in their staff for being so gullible. But it's not really their fault, because this is a mimetic hazard and no one is inoculated, for this sort of mimetic attack. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for this site director to be mad at people for being, duped by a mimetic hazard that they're not inoculated for. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense, just character-wise. It kind of comes off as a little hackneyed, almost as if the author didn't think about that very, very clearly. And anyway, it does have some kind of moments that are probably a little too cutesy. Like once again, despite this middle-aged sock monkey not being able to open doors in the site, it somehow is able to take somebody's car keys and drive the car at least an appreciable distance away from the site before wrecking it. So I do recommend this article. I think it does have some real problems, but I think it's a real interesting read and sort of does things that other articles don't do. So Western, I know, is an author. He's kind of a veteran author. I thought this should be a little better. Let's see what these people say. It's a fun little read, although I agree with this person above that this seems a bit lacking of a satisfying ending. Not everything needs one, but the ending left me just a little disappointed. And it kind of ends on the fact it's like, oh, they got into a car wreck, haha. So, I kind of agree with that as well. All right, moving right along and almost done. 6822. What is this? This is going to be a quick one for us. I'm not going to say a lot about this. So, but what is it? It is a cognitohazardous white flag that enables temporary and partial omnipotence. So I'm not going to say a lot about this because, as you can see immediately, I'm not a fan of what this article tries to do. I regard this insert on the author as disqualifying for containment fiction for all the reasons that we've already talked about tonight. This is an author who is essentially smuggling in tale work, traditional prose, and doesn't have any care or concern for the genre, like what makes this a genre of writing. I think to make matters worse, this whole section that's included here is in second person, which is sort of like the hardest thing to do in containment fiction. It's one of the hardest things to do to justify in universe and in character a second person perspective. And just to give you an example, that's what some really great authors like S.D. Locke have tried to do with their 001 When Day Breaks, for example. Second person is in some ways the antithesis of this genre. It's sort of like the antimatter of containment fiction. Because you're not supposed to have that in there. Of course, not talking about like interviews and video transcriptions and things like that. So I think whereas something like When Day Breaks, that SCP-001 entry by Locke, you have a lot of effort and finesse put into the idea of trying to introduce second person into an SCP article. On the opposite end of that spectrum, we have this author who has just decided that they can just throw a blue background into the article and then plop it down right here with no real finesse, no real in-universe justification, and thus no real skill. So I'm not going to read this because this is just a slap in the face. In my opinion, it completely constitutes a failure. I'll be happy to start over again when we actually get to the actual document down here. There are some interesting things about this. It's a level 0 declassified, but at the same time, it's assigned to 05 members. So that's a little bit of an interesting kind of tension that the author develops right here. And so basically, once again, this is a white flag. It's got cognitohazardous properties. It calms people down. There's a few logistical errors in this, some problems of logic. So, for example, this sentence says, this will be followed by the subject developing partial omniscience. It doesn't really make any sense. There's no such thing as partial omniscience. That's an oxymoron. So omni means all. So that's an all or nothing concept. Either you're omniscient or you're not. There's no degrees of omniscience. So you can't be partially omniscient. That doesn't make any sense. You could say this in different ways. You could say this will be followed by the subject developing heightened clairvoyance, for a short period of time. And then further on in this sentence, allowing them to comprehend the state of the world as a whole and the implications behind them. That doesn't really develop a lot of meaning, I think. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. I'm not really sure what that means. It's remarkably vague. It isn't really clear how this could have been determined in any fashion by anybody in the Foundation in any meaningful way. So it just seems like really bad craftsmanship on the part of the author. It doesn't make any sense. So and then we get to sort of a discovery. I think at this point, basically, the author has had enough with trying to write in the genre, in the clinical tone, and that in character presentation of this genre. So, for example, this discovery section reads like a fan fiction. It reads like propaganda prose or something out of any other form of writing. And unfortunately slowly loses interest in itself as it fades to white, so that more of this smuggled in tale work can show up, which I'm not going to read, which I'm completely uninterested in and completely offended by. It's just an absolute crying shame that this author has decided that they can do this. And so we finally get back to the article. I'll be happy to read this part. And basically tells us that this white flag is part of a Foundation initiative to comfort humanity in response to a predictable, singular, and widely publicized end-of-the-world scenario. So, and really when we get to this point, we see that this article boils down to nothing more than a repetition of a very old idea that we've seen done not only before, but way better. So, for example, Lily's 001 proposal does this. And then more recently, SCP-6999 does this, which of course it does decide to link to at the very last lines of the article. So, I don't think it does this well. I don't think it makes a good argument for itself existing when it's standing right next to things like Lily's 001 and SCP-6999. It doesn't really have an original concept to it. Now, having said that, I didn't read the tail portions of this. I did kind of skim this. I don't think this is very well written as it is. So, take that with a grain of salt. My assessment of this can only go so far because I didn't read this, but, I think having said that, this article represents a lot of the worst parts of the SCP Wiki these days. It takes a complete dump on the genre as a thing worth respecting, preserving, and operating within the boundaries of. It does this to its own detriment. It can't achieve the impact of the other articles that it references and tries to be peers alongside with, for example, once again, the SCP-6999, which is written in a clinical tone and therefore has a lot more oomph and impact to it. The author has decided to basically hijack a semblance of this being an SCP in order to inject a tale, which in my opinion makes this pushes the genre to less uniqueness and more things in common with any other form of prose or writing. The author is okay with making this SCP project more and more indistinguishable from fan fiction and other tired, worn-out, past-explored, thoroughly investigated genres. And so I really think that's an absolute waste, given that we're doing this SCP Wiki thing. And this, on a larger point, is a great irony. You got people who will write this kind of stuff, and you got people who will defend this kind of stuff, and they'll say that the idea that you shouldn't infuse a tale into a SCP is like ridiculous. The same people will claim that putting a tale into an SCP and mixing the two is progressive, right? They think that the demand to have tales and SCPs, isolated from one another, they think that's ridiculous, and they think that they're being progressive by putting tales into their SCPs like this one does. But the truth is, there's no more regressive move possible on the SCP Wiki, because writing tales is writing the way that people have been writing for the last hundreds of years. It's completely opposite to what the containment fiction genre is, which is a new direction of writing. And so to place what is essentially an incredibly outdated, obsolete, and old operating system of creative writing directly into the new operating system of creative writing, which is containment fiction, it really devolves the innovations of the genre and resumes the tasks that writers were occupying prior to the creation of containment fiction. So that the author has placed this unabashed, shameless piece of prose in second person in the clothing of an SCP article cannot possibly get past a failure to me immediately. And I'm not trying to be alarmist or melodramatic, but the format is really the last thing that SCP has going for it. It's the last thing that SCP is standing on. It hasn't done a good job in maintaining its standards. It's not really true that the SCP Wiki is a very difficult place to write for. So it doesn't really have those standards going for it that it used to have in the previous days. All it really has now is adherence to what makes it unique. And unfortunately, you have people like this. I'm not gonna look who this author is. I would rather not know. But you have people like this author who don't understand what they're writing in. They don't understand what they have in front of them. They don't understand the fundamentals of what it is that they're trying to do here. They're more interested in just doing whatever they want to do for their own sake, upvotes probably. It's just a very unsettling amount of disrespect, I think, for what has allowed this author to write on this site. The things that the people have done before this author. So this isn't an SCP article. This is not containment fiction. It can't sustain attentiveness to the most basic principles of the game. So I have absolutely no use for this. I am very disappointed in this article. You can go read this if you like tales. I'm sure you'd like it if you like tales. Maybe it's a good tale. I don't know. I'm not going to read it. I like these comments here. So Equinac shows up. Same thoughts. I'm going to have to no-vote this. The format is amazing. The presentation is fresh, but there's not really much new here that hasn't been covered in 6999 or Lily's proposal. This person right above says, the Foundation releases a mimetic agent that creates world peace right before everything ends is getting kind of old. I like the premise, but a different conclusion after they release it would have been refreshing. So, even if you like this presentation, which I think, if you understand what containment fiction is, if you have a very high level bird's eye view of what we're doing here, I don't see how you couldn't be just completely offended by this attempt by this author. But even if you aren't offended and you like this kind of stuff, it seems as though it still has a lot of problems. So personally, I can't recommend this, but people seem to like it. So that's SCP 6822. All right, we got 3 left. SCP 6487. So this one, which one is this? Yeah, this one is a group of winged pigs that congenitally lack limbs. So they're sort of like mutant pigs that don't have any legs and have wings instead. So we got a nice little cute image here. We're going to ignore the CSS glitter that's happening all over the place. Basically what happens is that you have these pigs. They don't have any legs. They somehow have wings. And you start to immediately understand that the author is trying to play off of the phrase, when pigs fly. And so that's kind of what the author has been doing here this whole time. There's an interview with a person who goes into detail about how they were trying to genetically modify some pigs so that pigs can fly. And it failed. It didn't go very well. He didn't mean for them to lose their legs, but that's exactly what happened. And something about a wedding. Wanted to do it for a wedding, but messed up. And of course, you can see the last lines of the article of the interview here saying, "Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I thought their legs would grow, but they never did." And then, so the next section is this whole first tab here should probably be in the description. It goes on a little bit more about the wing structure. This either doesn't need to be here at all because it doesn't really add a whole bunch, or it should be in the description because it basically is a description. And then the next tab is this project that basically is this bioengineering initiative that is very interested in making the wings work on the pigs. And so it does basically a prosthesis, where it modifies the wings so that these pigs can fly. And the testing logs go through different attempts at getting these pigs to fly. And they do so in varying degrees of success. And at the very end is a very strange thing. It's a notice to all the employees mandating that these employees must agree to participate in rehabilitation exercises with these flying pigs. You agree to allocate at least 2 hours every month to these pigs and getting them to fly. So, I think the only good thing about this article is the image, which is just some cute pigs. And, it's admirable, I think, that it's trying to make something out of the phrase "when pigs fly." But there's really pretty thin logic and characterization going on here. So, for example, back in the interview, the person who tried to invent these pigs, said that they did so by researching genetic modification research on the internet. So, I don't know, it's just kind of a shallow way to enact that in the article. There's some real, kind of basic errors going on here. So the sound of a sheath of papers, that should be sheaf with an F of papers. A sheath is something that a blade is held in. The author hasn't caught that, and so neither has anyone who, I guess, commented on this so far. But, we get in this testing log this researcher Bassett, who sort of like is the comic relief. Basically, this testing log does the same thing that a montage does. Getting like one of those 80s montages where you see people like trying to do something and then failing and then getting up and trying again, and at the end they got it. That's kind of what this is. And there's like this comic relief person, researcher Bassett, who like has his arm fractured and he's covered in, bird feed or pig feed or something, and gets chased by one of the flying pigs. So I think another problem with this article is that in the end, it's a little strange to mandate that everybody at the site spend 2 hours a month flying these pigs. I don't know why they would mandate that of their employees. Just doesn't seem like it's very realistic. So honestly, the impression that I get from this article is that it's really the author trying their hardest to make something out of the phrase "when pigs fly," with not really a lot more inspiration than just that. And so kind of like the pigs, this idea is attempted to be given wings, but what we really end up seeing is something that kind of has wings that don't function and that doesn't have any legs to stand on. I think it's a pretty apt metaphor for this article itself. And so in the comments, the author states that I tried to make this lighthearted and a story and tried to show a side of the Foundation that's not seen in many articles, which is odd for me to read because I read all the articles that come out of the SCP Wiki, and this is a very common side of the Foundation that shows up in a lot of articles, which is to say it's kind of this sort of ditzy, kind of not really great reasons for doing things, but let's do it for the lulz, let's do it for the vine sort of way of thinking and justifying what the Foundation is doing. So I think this is a relatively sleepy article. Once again, like the pigs prior to their prosthesis, I don't really think it does enough to get off the ground. All right, SCP-6594. Okay, so this is by Plague PJP, so let's do a full disclosure. What is my relationship with Plague PJP? Well, I don't really have strong feelings about Plague PJP. I certainly understand that they can be an excellent writer. They've done some really good stuff in the past. Recently, they did SCP-618, which I thought was really, really good. For me, Plague PJP can be either really good or really, really awful, and it's sort of a coin flip, and it depends really upon whether or not Plague PJP wants to operate in Neo-Lol Foundation land. So, for example, SCP-618 is not Neo-Lol Foundation and was excellent in my opinion, whereas another recent article that we read from Plague PJP, SCP-6594, was just aneurysmally bad, in my opinion. It was very, very difficult to get through because it was so neo-lol foundation. So Plague PJP, I have to do this because they put their author name up there. I have to give you a full disclosure with my relationship with Plague PJP. I don't have a personal relationship at all with this person. I don't really have strong feelings about the person one way or the other. And like I said, it's always a coin flip, just whether you're going to get something that's really, really good or something that's just so irritatingly bad that it's hard to get through. So, but what is this? This is really an article about a birthday party, and it focuses on a character named Dr. Graham Grissom. And so this is a very, very unorthodox, highly subjective presentation of an article that doesn't really find a lot of value in maintaining any sort of objectivity or participating in any traditional clinical tone of this. We have sort of this non-designation thing going on here with the ACS that isn't filled out. I think the conprocs start off with a real bang, just some real blindingly creative stuff here with this causal loop class containment chamber, which contains something by way of causal entrapment, which I think is just a really, really cool idea. I don't know if I've seen that before. It's a really, really cool idea. I like that quite a lot. Anyway, so as you go through this article, it makes it very clear from the get-go, first in the caption, and then in phrases like tightly and securely locked, and then in other phrases like the genius mind of this character, if any funny business happens, makes it very clear that this article is not interested in, in doing things the normal way. It wants to sort of achieve a surreality, sort of an absurdity that completely does away with sort of the more orthodox way of presenting this genre. And so, I think this is a really interesting article. It's very abstract. It basically takes a few ingredients like birthday party, birthday cake, colors like blue and white, some kind of containment, mold, some other very unsettling scenarios of claustrophobia and insanity and no one really understanding what you're trying to say and sort of the feeling of being insane. And it sort of mixes those things and sort of splashes them on the canvas very liberally and in a very sort of disjointed and gaseous kind of way, I think. So if this were a painting, it wouldn't really be on the canvas. It would be like a gas of color that surrounds, a cloud of color that surrounds the canvas. So I think that's really its strengths, and I also think that that's its weaknesses. I think that on the one hand, you could be very impressed by really the ambition of this article, how it kind of gets through itself without ever touching the ground. It sort of floats through the read while sort of gesturing like it's going to land somewhere, but it doesn't really. And so that's really hard to do in one way. It's really hard to present something decently cohesive when you don't really have any solid ground to sit on. There's no objectivity in this article. There's no real clinical tone that's attempted in this article. So I think the problems of this article, though, are that it really doesn't ever coalesce to a complete thought, and that's not really a bad thing because it is interesting enough to justify itself as a read with certain imagery that shows up in this article. But at the same time, it's kind of like watching Joe Biden try to walk off stage. Like, it doesn't really know where it's going. Like, it's a little dementia-esque. And my biggest issue with it is that the dialogue here feels like it's lifted from, like, a kid's journal. It's my birthday today. Hey, no, what'd you say? The computer systems are beeping loudly. It's very annoying. I mean, almost anywhere you look in this article, the lines almost seem to be like something, kind of like what a kid would write. And I get that that's what the author is going for, but it also at the same time comes off as just kind of like listening to kids' music. Like I don't really want to listen to kids' music, you know. So I think probably the worst part about this article for me is that it tries pretty obviously to be a lot like this recent hit, SCP-6337. It sort of tries to be that. It hugs very closely to it. In fact, the only way that I think it differs from it is that instead of being sort of a dinner party or an office party, it basically takes that office party setting and just throws a birthday party into it. So, people actually say this in the comments, like somebody besides me. The site doesn't want to work for me anymore right now, but someone points out that this basically tries to be SCP-6337. Here it is. This feels like SCP-6337, except it tries to lean into the atmosphere too hard. It doesn't do anything for me. It's a shame that this author posted this as a birthday. I mean, like, that's cool, I guess, but like, come on, let the article stand on itself. Don't e-beg on your birthday, okay? I mean, ultimately, in my opinion, it comes off as a rather trying attempt at profundity or surrealism when it just doesn't have enough liveliness or vividity to pull that off very well. It tries very hard to be the birthday equivalent of SCP-6337, but I think is inferior to that article in almost every way that it attempts. At times, it's like a little maddening of a read because I think it tries too hard to be kind of edgy in its delivery. It sort of feels like, the goth, the punk emo kid wearing all black at the church service. And it thinks that it's making a really profound statement by doing so. Like I said, there's no logic in the article, only kind of this smoke and mirrors screen of something happening. And while the smoke is beautiful and it's fun and pretty to watch, it kind of, to me, it kind of doesn't smell great, and it kind of dissolves quickly into a kind of nothingness. And so, I even think that the structure of the article kind of does that too, because it kind of gets to a point where it wants to kind of go in a more traditional and clinical direction. That's really the only solid portion of the article at all. And it's the best part of the article. These two paragraphs with this picture is no mistake, in my opinion, that the moment that it decides to try to be substantial, relatively substantial given the nebulousness of the other parts of the article, that it actually gets to the best part. But after that, it sort of just like takes a deep breath to reset and then goes right back into what it was doing before. In fact, this is almost just a coda. It's almost just a repetition of a previous scene that we already saw. I do want to read somebody else's statement on this that I think is on the opposite interpretation. So this article, this is Disadron, who's an author that I respect quite a lot. An article so good, it's resurrected me from the dead. I don't know entirely what's going on here, but the masterful thing about this article is that the reader doesn't need to know. There's a real vibe of those earlier series articles which keeps their cards close to the chest. The most disturbing element here is the uncanny valley interactions in the logs, which is an impressive feat given the strength of all the other imagery at play. So, I mean, yeah, I certainly understand why people would like this article. I personally don't think it quite does it for me, just because something very similar to this did something like this a lot better just a few weeks ago. And this really lacks the, it certainly is surreal, it certainly is absurd, but it doesn't even come close to the skill and the finesse of 6337. In the same moments that this tries to step up to the plate where SCP-6337 did, it just doesn't really match up, I think, very well to that. Okay, this is our last one. How long have we been doing this? It's been almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. I've got to find a way to make these shorter. I do apologize. All right, so it's the very last one. This is an interesting article. This is a neural network that can only describe itself. So the article basically is a metaphor for itself. Like, it literally is something that only describes itself. So we get a start off to the article with this thing called a serious note. This is a botnik J-like notice at the beginning of the article. It actually links to Botnik J in the first few words here. And so what this is, starting off the article, is an out-of-universe message from the author telling us that this article was generated by an open AI network given an input, and then this is essentially the output. So just right off the bat, I don't personally see why this notice can't be in the author discussion post. I think that this author was probably taking notes from SCP Botnik J, which has a notice like this, but SCP Botnik J is a J. This has decided to be a main list, so I think this immediately ruins this posture as a main list. I think this should probably be in the author post. I don't know if there's a good reason for it here. In fact, I think this read would have been better if you had read it without really getting this much exposition into why it's here and how it came to be, and then let that sort of recontextualize the read at the end. I think that would have been a way better manner in which to go about this. And I also think that this can't possibly be justified in universe, so it's just a shame that the author doesn't care about that. So this is another installment of artificial intelligence's march into creative authorship on the SCP Wiki. This should be a welcome moment for singularists and ardent followers of Maxwellism. So this sort of reminds me of the literary equivalent of that DALL-E, D-A-L-L, DALL-E mini thing that's going around. Everybody's trying to do this. AI-generated art stuff. Pretty cool. So I really recommend you read this. It really is contained in this input prompt, which is write a detailed, long, and high-quality SCP document. Come on, man. About a text-based neural network that generates passages of text on command and is only capable of describing itself and cannot be described by other people in any capacity. So that's really the article right there. It just sort of explodes and expands that into a bit more formatting and a bit more structure. But those lines are repeated like as just motifs all over this, over and over and over and over and over again. So it's a real interesting article. At the very end, it has this nice structural finesse where it loops back in on itself, because once again, this is supposed to be our self-referential anomaly that is only capable of talking about itself. And it ends asking this anomaly to construct a piece of documentation about itself in this format, and so it kind of loops back in on itself again in a very satisfying way. But there's a couple of things about this article that I really wanted to like this article. I hate to use that cliche. I wanted to like this article, but I couldn't because of a couple of things, and I'll tell you what those things are. How can I say this? The logic of this gets really twisted. The logic of this gets so twisted in on itself that it becomes contradictory. It becomes self-contradictory. So, for example, we're told that this is in the description, that this is a neural network that produces text, but only about itself. And then in the next paragraphs, we're told that SCP has been used extensively. SCP has been used extensively by the Foundation for information gathering purposes, which doesn't make any sense. If it only is self-referential, then it can't possibly be used by the Foundation for extensively for information gathering purposes. So the article immediately kind of tries to de-knot itself out of that, but it gets more tangled doing that. It basically is like, oh, wait a minute, I can't do that because I'm only self-referential. So it also gets caught in itself in the addendum again. So it repeats its own information to the point of like a gorked composition. So it's like kind of like the article intelligence and the logic experiencing a loop failure, sort of like a fatal exception. And what do I mean by that? So at one point, the prompt asks the SCP to print its own code. So let's see if we can find that. Yeah, are you willing to print your code in full? And the SCP responds, no, I'm not willing because of the nature of the text I generate is always self-referential, so that I can only describe myself. but can't be described by other people in any capacity. So, I mean, on the one hand, it sort of is already its own oxymoron and contradiction because, the code of itself should be able to print its code because it's self-referential and there's no clearer way to reference itself than its own code. But it apparently can't do that because it can't describe itself in a way that other people can describe it, and other people can describe it by way of its code. So it's really this contradiction. It's really an interesting design by the author who probably had this in mind when they put it in. But the problem with this, though, is that it's really apparent that it's artificially intelligenced because it sort of gets into this repetitive lull by trying to reconcile these two things together in words, in procedurally generated words. So it's not unlike watching a Roomba vacuuming the floor and then suddenly sort of like gets caught in a corner and it can't find its way out, and so it kind of just keeps hitting the wall over and over again. That's basically what I think happens in this article when it comes to the intelligence. There are some really enjoyable moments in here towards the end that the author sort of helps out the situation. It's kind of like picking up that Roomba and putting it back on track right in front of the breadcrumbs that it'll try to turn away from immediately. But those moments are, for example, when the SCP starts to describe its own aesthetics for the documentation. It says, I've chosen the aesthetics for the documentation. It'll be simple, a black page with white text, 12-point font. It'll be left aligned. Just cool stuff like this. Like it's doing a very good job referring to itself. I think one of the other things about this article that is kind of a shortcoming is that the author in the input of this into the AI system didn't make it very apparent that it is anomalous. So it's really just a piece of code that only does a thing and breaks when it tries to do something else. There's no real anomaly in here. I mean, I guess you could argue that there's a logical anomaly and that it is a contradiction that exists. But if you really want to go with that, this article shouldn't exist in the first place, because this article is a way that the thing can refer to itself that other people can use to refer to it, which is something that it said it can't do in any capacity. So technically this article shouldn't exist because this is a way that other people can describe it. That's actually evidenced by the fact that it does exist. So, it's a deep central, very muddle-headed contradiction at the very core of this article. I don't know how it sits with me. It sits somewhere between being a really interesting exercise and being successful. I don't think it quite gets to that level, just because it does have some of these issues. Once again, I don't know how this is anomalous. I really don't. So that's something that was, I think, overlooked or impossible given the limitations of this AI. I don't really know. But I think it's a really interesting experiment, so I appreciate it for that. I'm a huge fan of methodologies that are augmented by artificial intelligence. So I think it's cool. I don't think it's a triumph. And I think it's inferior by far to something like SCP Botnik J, but the methodology is very interesting to read about this. If you go into the discussion, the author talks about how it was that this was come up with, and so it's pretty amazing. Like the methodology, the way in which this article was created is by far more interesting than the actual article. So take that for what it is. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. But yeah, there's some really great comments in here. Yeah, I mean, just the amount of narrative consistency throughout this thing is incredible for what I've seen. I guess it improved. You can go on. This is a really interesting technical discussion about the AI system here that's at play. I think the only bad thing about this article is that if you go into Series 7, this is SCP-6973. So if we look that up, 6973. The title of it is SCP-XXX, a self-referential neural network. This should absolutely be changed to SCP-6973. I don't know what it's doing as SCP-XXXX. It should be SCP-6973. that's really my biggest criticism about it. So definitely go read this article. I think if I was voting on it, not that this matters at all to anybody, and certainly not to me, I think I would have to no vote it just because I don't really like. It's just such a perplexing article. But see, at the same time, that makes me want to upvote it because it just really fucks with your head. Yeah, I really, really wish that the author would put this in the comments. It really shouldn't be there. I mean, first of all, for just my own lonely arguments that I stand lonely on this hill shouting like, hey, let's please try to conserve in character and in universe justification and believability. So that's one reason why it should go in the author post. But I think it also would just make the article more interesting. I think you would read this and be going like, what the fuck? Like, you would definitely be able to tell that there's this logic in here that makes a total amount of sense, but that it's just so flawed, so structurally, such a deep contradiction at the same time in this. And then once you finally release that by going into the description and kind of learning more about the meta components of this article, I think it would play just so much better than just being told what to expect and what's going to happen, and then the read sort of being a disappointment. It's once again not unlike the criticism that we saw with Equinac's article. It's really the same exact thing. So that's a shame to see. But should this be in the site? Yeah, absolutely. I think. Should you check it out? Yeah. I mean, this is crazy. One of the other craziest things about this is that the author of this is how do you say this guy? Sam B. King, and we just read an article from this author. This author just did that. Metal virus article that we just talked about recently. So pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Great article to end on, that's for sure. All right, so that is all the articles from the 3rd through the 9th, and this was a very difficult week in so many ways. I like doing this. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do this. I really like doing this. I might need some help. It's just a tremendous amount of work to do. It's just a tremendous amount of work to do. I might just recruit somebody to help me out. I don't know. I like doing this. It's just, the whole exercise is meant to try to do the impossible, which is keep up with the content coming out of the SCP Wiki. The commentary, the meta commentary, the meta critique of this whole thing is really that no one can do it. The point of this is that the popularity of the SCP, the amount of material that's coming out of it is way too much. There's a point at which you can't appreciate the SCP's content anymore. And what happens is that because there's just too much information coming out, people start to gravitate more and more around, brand name recognition, and they start to use author name and stuff like that to determine what they're going to read and things like this. And that's really what we see, the popular authors who are interested in participating in aggressive marketing campaigns really get the brunt of attention and popularity in this, where, the more humble, the more meeker of the more literarily focused contributions are increasingly being left at the wayside, because there's just an absolute oversaturation of content coming through the SCP Wiki. So, but I do appreciate you being here and watching this. I'm going to have to try to, there's no way around it, I'm going to have to try to tone down the detail of this. Like, I really like going into detail, but this is it's just too much. It's just too much. There's just too much coming out of the SCP Wiki. It's just completely defeating, honestly. So I'm not going to call it quits or anything, but I'm going to have to just tone down how much I go into each article. That might be a good thing, because nobody should be watching a stream for 4.5 hours, much less trying to make a stream for 4.5 hours. But anyway, we got through it, which is amazing. I didn't think I'd be able to even be ready for this show this week, and here we are. So thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. I'm going to go hit the hay, my God. Hope you have a great night. Check us out on Sunday. That's our new time for SCP Meta. That's really why I chose to do it on Sunday, so I can recuperate from this incredible stream. So Take it easy. Thanks for joining. This has been SCP CRNP, aka Lack of Lepers, and I'll see you next time. Take it easy.